Chapter 1954. Wanted Lin Ling, stop fighting. That treasure belongs to yours truly. 100,000 blue crystals. But at this moment an untimely voice floated out. It was Lin Ling. The crowd went numb. It was the three arrogant geniuses again? Clearly, Lin Ling and the other two's arrogant actions had caused the crowd to secretly call them the three arrogant geniuses. You again. The three adventurer groups stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clearly going against them. That's right. It's me. Do you think you can get what I want? Lin Ling sneered. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to endure. Let me see how many blue crystals there are left. 300,000 in total. Throw them all down. I have money, so I like to mess around. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not wait for the three adventurer groups to bid. He raised the price himself and threw out all the blue crystals. Messing around when you have money was a very strong reason. Eagle God King Lei Ba and the others were fuming with anger. Lin Ling's blue crystals were all stolen from their adventurer groups. 300,000. Now it's your turn. Who's next? Lin Ling's voice floated out. The ancient Ji family and some humans were shocked. Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance had reached the godly nation. However, no one could bid anymore. They were all silent and angry. Is everyone jealous of my handsomeness? At the critical moment, Zhang Yingjun had interjected. That blood-curdling face of his, coupled with that sentence, was undoubtedly like pouring salt on the wound. The entire auction house was filled with resentment. Their hatred for that little fatty was even greater than Lin Ling's. No one bid. The Berserk Divine Fruit goes to that young master. Finally, the Berserk Divine Fruit was obtained by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. Goodbye. It was not good to stay here. Lin Ling quickly left. Qin Hu's heart trembled. Naturally, he did not dare to stay. Everyone, please remember my handsomeness. My name is Zhang Yingjun as an arrogant. Only little fatty was still as carefree as ever. He chuckled and said that sentence before swaggering off. Too much. How arrogant. We must kill them. Which of the top three adventurer teams is moving out? After a moment of silence, the members of the three adventurer teams bellowed angrily. The others also had cold gazes. Lin Ling was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 million blue crystals. Although they didn't know who had issued the bounty was definitely not for nothing. Therefore, everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. The Devil Race Grand Monarchs all wore cold expressions. They had long wanted to kill the genius of the mortal world, Lin Ling. The head of the ancient Ji family sneered. This was an excellent opportunity. As for the top three adventurer teams, even if Lin Ling wasn't a fugitive, Lin Ling's previous actions were enough to get him killed. Notify everyone that Lin Ling's friend, that middle-aged man, whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 blue crystals. Eagle Divine King said. Moreover, I represent the Thunderflow Adventurer Team to reward those who kill Lin Ling with 10,000 blue crystals. What about little fatty? Kill him and reward him with 100 blue crystals. Boom! The auction was in an uproar. The human race, god race and devil race all moved out. If it weren't for the Sun Divine Nations people, they would have already attacked. What happened? The second city is in an uproar. It's a guy called Lin Ling. Everyone wants to kill him. Moreover, the news has spread. I heard that even the immortal Divine Nations experts are here. Lin Ling? Human race? That's crazy. The three races are moving out for him. The entire second city was in an uproar as well. Everyone was searching for Lin Ling and the other two. Lin Ling naturally knew that he was in trouble. Therefore, he left the city immediately after leaving the auction. Qin Hu's expression was solemn as well. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that following Lin Ling wasn't peaceful at all. That kind of life was soul-stirring. He hoped that he could escape this calamity. Compared to Lin Ling and Qin Hu's solemnity, Zhang Yingjun was extremely excited. So exciting. It's much more exciting than being at home. I was right to come. Exciting? As expected, he had followed Lin Ling here for the thrill of it. Don't you know that I've become a wanted criminal? With my handsome and charming appearance, I should at least have a bounty of 2 million. Little fatty touched his own face, intoxicated by the feeling. Lin Ling and Qin Hu stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were cold. If this brat hadn't announced his identity, they wouldn't have to run for their lives. Why are you looking at me? Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Little Fatty was stunned. Bang bang. The two of them struck out with their fists. Their fists landed on Little Fatty's artistic looks, causing those facial features to move closer to the center point. Let's go. Following that, Lin Ling and Qin Hu ran wildly along the forest. Almost at the same time, there was a large number of footsteps not too far away. The spiritual energy started to surge. What a fast speed, don't get surrounded. Lin Ling's expression changed and his footsteps quickened, heading towards another direction. The three of them went around in circles and entered the depths of the desolate forest. But in the end, they were stopped by a wave of adventurers. Haha, we're too lucky. It's them. Your portraits are exactly the same. That batch of adventurers had 10 over people, and the strongest cultivation was only Wushang's 8th stage realm. At this moment, a thin and weak man laughed heartily, as though he had picked up a treasure. Lin Ling and Qin Hu exchanged glances and both of them started laughing. If it was the three leaders of the adventurer group, they would definitely escape. But these were just small fries. To be honest, there was no need to escape. One is Lin Ling, one is an uncle, and one is Little Fatty. They are indeed the same. One of them took out 3 portraits and looked at them. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other 2. One is rewarded with 1 million blue crystals. One is rewarded with 10,000. One of them said excitedly, "Wait, what about me? Am I not wanted?" Little Fatty immediately frowned. "Oh, you? Of course you are. So exciting. Is the reward 2 million blue crystals?" Little Fatty started to get excited. "No, it's only 100. What, that's too unfair. I'm so handsome, why should I be the same as Lin Ling? I should be 2 million blue crystals. I'm sorry, it's 100 blue crystals." The last sentence made Little Fatty go into a daze. As though his father had died, his face turned pale. Even Qin Hu, this uncle, had 10,000, but he, Zhang Yingjun, only had 100? Are you the ones who send yourselves to our doorstep? Or are we the ones who do it? Let me tell you, if I were to do it, the pain would be multiplied. Ignoring the dejected Little Fatty, those adventurers said calmly. Lin Ling and Qin Hu exchanged glances. Following that, Lin Ling also said calmly, "I want 9. Lin Ling, no matter what, I'm still your senior. There's a total of 12 people and you want 9. Don't tell me you want to leave 3 for me? Alright then, I want 8. Dream on." The two of them walked forward and talked as they walked. Those adventurers were all stunned. Initially they didn't understand what Lin Ling and the rest meant. But now they understood. Lin Ling had treated them as prey and was sharing the prey. Chapter 1955. Dugukan divine power surged into the sky, causing the ancient trees to fall. Those adventurers didn't know how strong Lin Ling and the rest were. They only knew that Lin Ling was only at the 6th stage of divine power, which was equivalent to Wushang's 6th stage realm. This level of strength wasn't even worth mentioning. Of course, even Zhang Yingjun felt that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Hence he roared, "Lin Ling, let me help you. Get lost." Qin Hu was instantly infuriated. That fellow couldn't do anything right. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than his. Hence there was no need for him to help. However, Zhang Yingjun had already made his move and stood in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was still wearing the ice-cold mask. On the mask there was a pair of cold eyes that were flickering. However, it gradually disappeared and revealed a trace of gentleness. He and Zhang Yingjun were just strangers who met by chance. However, Zhang Yingjun's true nature was filled with passion and passion. It made Lin Ling feel as though he had returned to the past. In this lifetime he had killed too many people. Although they were all people that he had to kill, it was undeniable that his sword was filled with blood. His heart was sometimes very cold. However, Zhang Yingjun made him feel as though he had returned to his childhood. He felt as though he had returned to the days when he fought hard. He felt as though he had returned to those happy moments. In the Fire Ancient clan he fought alongside the Lin clan's descendants, Lin Qingcheng, and the others. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he fought alongside the Second Prince. In the Rainforest Sacred Land, in Xianpeng Province, Little Flame, the 9 Spirits of Heaven by Yuntiandi, Xian Yuangur, and the others. All of them had left Lin Ling with unforgettable memories. It was a pity that the path of an expert was ultimately lonely. He, Lin Ling, continued to grow and gradually became further and further away from his companions. However, he, Lin Ling, couldn't stop and could only continue to move forward. This kind of lonely feeling was something that very few people could experience. Now Lin Ling once again had companions. Although they weren't very reliable, that kind of passion made him miss them. You can have it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. To be honest, he didn't hate Zhang Yingjun. On the contrary, he liked his personality. Proud 3, if you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. After that, Lin Ling spoke softly, causing Qin Hu to be stunned. He was older than Lin Ling, so he had lost the passion of the past. But now, that long-lost feeling had returned once again. So what if I shed blood? Fighting alongside my brothers is the greatest joy in life. Qin Hu shouted loudly and brandished his cudgel, making whooshing sounds. Tiger God shakes the heavens. The 3 of them attacked with all their might, and the adventurers were instantly terrified. They never thought that these people would be so strong. In just the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, those adventurers were completely annihilated. Haha! Qin Hu threw his head back and laughed. Carefree, very carefree. Lin Ling also smiled. He slowly took off his ice-cold mask, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. The adventurer army is here. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling shouted loudly and brought the 2 of them with him as they set off again. Haha, come and kill us. Let's poke a hole in this sky and this earth. They're all jealous of my handsomeness. Qin Hu and Little Fatty both laughed loudly. Their voices drifted in the forest and traveled further and further. Not long after the 3 of them left, a large number of figures appeared in the forest. When they saw the scene before them, their eyes instantly turned cold. Chase! After that, each of them used their secret techniques and chased in a certain direction. As for Lin Ling and the other 2, they began to flee for their lives. However, the heroism in their hearts didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. Zhang Yingjun, be careful. That's not a tree behind you. During the escape, Lin Ling's past battle experience also came into play. He saw through the enemy's sneak attacks time and time again. Even Qin Hu was secretly surprised. Lin Ling was younger than him, but that kind of battle experience was something he couldn't compare to. Rumble. As expected, the huge tree which Zhang Yingjun was leaning against to rest suddenly turned into a human. It was actually disguised by someone. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's quick reminder, he would have met with a vicious attack. Damn it, how dare they plot against the handsome me? Zhang Yingjun was infuriated. It could be seen that his ability wasn't weak, but his experience wasn't strong enough. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go on our way, brothers. After Zhang Yingjun killed that sneak attacker, Lin Ling smiled as he brought the 2 of them away. Although he had killed numerous adventurers during this period of time and his body was exhausted, but he discovered that his cultivation realm was slowly rising. Hey, I wonder if it's time for the adventurer group's group leader to make a move? And that old fellow from G family, he's really sinister, using the adventurer group to kill us. Too bad, can they kill us? Qin Hu also howled. In actual fact, they had met with several life and death crises. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they wouldn't have been able to hang on. Because although he was Wushang in the 8th stage realm and rarely had any opponents in this realm, but the other party had too many people. But what made him shocked was that every time danger descended, it was Lin Ling who broke the crisis. This made him curious. Could it be that Lin Ling's ability had already surpassed him by a lot? The 3 of them continued to move forward while Lin Ling occasionally looked at the astrolabe heavenly armor. Knowing that they were heading in the right direction, he relaxed. On this day, a figure appeared in the dense forest, dressed in a gray long robe, looking indifferently at the sky, blocking Lin Ling and the others' path. There's no need to escape. The pursuers in the vicinity have all been killed by me. A hoarse voice was heard at the same time. Dugu can. Qin Hu's gaze congealed. That figure slowly turned around. His hair was white, but he looked to be around 40 over years old. His face was mottled with wrinkles and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes and indifference. The most shocking thing was that his legs were gone, and he was relying on the two swords in place of his legs to support himself on the ground. Chin-Hu, we're ultimately from the human realm, and don't want to see you being humiliated. Dugu-kan let out a hoarse voice. Chin-Hu's heart warmed. Among the CND 10 heroes, Dugu-kan was the most reclusive and no one knew what he was thinking. But they had not expected that the person who helped them today was actually Dugu-kan. Chin-Hu, do you know this guy with broken legs? He looks pretty good. After helping us clear the area, we can finally have a good sleep today. Little Fatty was delighted and instantly had a good impression of Dugu-kan. Not bad, not bad. From today onwards, I'll protect you. In the God country, you can do whatever you want. Dugu-kan didn't even look at Little Fatty but looked at Lin Ling instead. As though he had sensed that Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high, his gaze finally fell onto Chin-Hu. Fight with me. When this voice was heard, Chin-Hu and Lin Ling's expressions changed slightly. They had thought that Dugu-kan was here to help, but who knew that he was here to ask for a battle? Chin-Hu frowned. Why? To become stronger, that's all. You Chin-Hu are the strongest among the three of you. If I defeat you, the three of you will be captured. Dugu-kan said softly as though he was talking to himself. Chapter 1956. The Third City. You will never understand the setbacks a disabled person has to go through to grow up step by step. The effort he puts in is 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more than an ordinary person. Therefore, everything I have today is the result of my hard work. However, my dream is not limited to this. I want to soar above the clouds. I want everyone to look at me without discrimination. I am tired of this kind of life. Dugu-kan said calmly as he looked at Lin Ling and the others. So, you want to kill us to increase your strength? Lin Ling said with a cold face. Mad God Lin Ling, I cannot compare to you. You are the most dazzling existence in the Seven Emperors world. In the Zhenwu world, you are the hero of the human world. You are the son of desolation. Even if the giants of the human world want to kill you, millions of people respect you. I do not have everything you have. I only have difficulties. You do not understand. Is this the reason you want to kill us? Are you trying to say that we are luckier than you? You started off with more difficulties than us, but you did what we could not do. Haha. Everyone has their own setbacks and difficulties on the martial path. You just do not know. Lin Ling sneered. Shut up. Dugu-kan's eyes turned cold. A guy who relies on his seniors has no right to speak. Chin-Hu, you speak. Do you dare to fight? Chin-Hu smiled, and it was a mocking smile. I sympathize with your experience, and I admire your achievements today. However, the path of martial arts is not built on stepping on others to fulfill one's own goals. I refuse to fight you because no matter who wins or loses, we will be at a disadvantage. If the three great adventurer teams catch up to us, we will definitely die. Chin-Hu smiled mockingly. Sai, you will never understand my martial path. Dugu-kan shook his head and waved his right hand. His sword moved like lightning. It was like a swallow flying in the rain. It was extremely fast. Zhang Yingjun, be careful. Lin Ling immediately shouted. He did not expect Dugu-kan to attack so quickly. The sword was obviously aimed at Zhang Yingjun. However, it was too fast. It was as if the laws were born from the void. Shio. Blood gushed out as the little fatty's chest was pierced through. What was even more frightening was that after one strike, he had lost the ability to fight. Dugu-kan raised his right hand high and lifted the little fatty up. Those who are hit by my sword will die without a doubt. Now will you fight? Lin Ling and Chin-Hu clenched their fists tightly. They had lost their ability to fight after being struck by that sword. Dugu-kan's sword was very terrifying. As expected of an elite ranked among the 10 heroes of CND, most importantly, he was also very cruel. He had clearly wanted to kill them, but he had comforted himself by talking about great principles, as if he hated evil. Don't. Ignore him. If you fight him here, you'll die for sure. I've already notified my father. If he comes, he'll definitely save you. At this moment, little fatty spoke with great difficulty. Although he looked carefree, he was extremely loyal to his friends. Swallow light break. When he heard this, Dugu-kan released a low shout. His sword produced radiance, continuously spinning about, stirring up the little fatty's chest, making blood and flesh scatter down like rain. Cripple with a broken leg. You're jealous of my handsomeness. Surprisingly, little fatty did not even cry out in pain. Instead, he laughed. Although it was very difficult to laugh, it was a very tough laugh. Dugu Kan's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, Lin Ling's voice finally came. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. When he heard this, Dugu Kan's sword stopped. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, but then he shook his head. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Qin Hu, come. Although Lin Ling's talent was very frightening, it had only been a month since the end of the Dharma River, so Lin Ling's strength had not increased by much. Therefore, his opponent was Qin Hu. As long as he killed Qin Hu, then Lin Ling and little fatty could be easily killed. Where did your confidence come from when you haven't even fought? Lin Ling frowned. Let me do it. He came for me, so little fatty was also implicated by me. I won't watch him die in front of me. Dugu Kan, let's fight. Qin Hu stopped Lin Ling and shouted coldly. Although he had only met Zhang Yingjun by chance, it was clear that Zhang Yingjun's true nature made Qin Hu like him very much. Let's go to the third city. It's bigger there, but not many people know you, so it's very suitable. Most importantly, there are many people from the three myths of the mortal world there. Dugu Kan carried little fatty with one sword and flew into the sky like a swallow. However, at this moment, a voice floated into his ears like the wind. This move can easily cause you to fall in this world. The voice made Dugu Kan turn around and see that it was Lin Ling who spoke. He shook his head and did not want to say anything more. Bastard, we came to the nation of gods to stop the demons. In the end, for the sake of their own future, these bastards actually attacked their own people. As expected, without the ancient giants holding the fort, they can do whatever they want. Qin Hu stared at the figure in the distance and said, It's useless to say this now. We can't leave little fatty alone. However, if we fight in the third city, the three big adventure groups will definitely arrive soon. At that time, we'll be trapped in the city. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with worry. He was not afraid of Dugu Kan, but he was afraid of the three big adventure groups. However, Zhang Yingjun was in Dugu Kan's hands. Was he going to abandon little fatty and leave alone? The two looked at each other and laughed. Although they had met by chance, it was enough that they could get along well with each other because of their personalities. A mountain of swords and a sea of fire. They just had to step on it. Let's go. Lin Ling took Qin Hu and headed to the third city. The third city was very far away from here. It was surrounded by ancient trees and even scarier demon beasts. This was no longer the territory of the three big adventure groups. There were even more strong cultivators here. The location of the city could be said to be the work of the gods. It was built around a huge lake. This lake was very vast, and there were demonic beasts that were unique to the nation of gods. When Dugu Kan flew over with Zhang Yingjun in tow, the entire city was in an uproar. Who is that guy? He's so arrogant. It's a human. He looks like Wu Shang, but he doesn't seem to be that simple. That's Xiandi Dugu Kan of the 10 heroes. Why is he here? The people from the various races were discussing. The strong cultivators from the human world recognized Dugu Kan. As for the demons, their faces turned cold. Dugu Kan was a genius from the human world with unlimited potential. He must be killed without a doubt. Is this guy crazy? Appearing in the open like this will cause the devil race to hunt him down. In a corner of the city, a large number of people were looking at the sky. They were the people from the 7 Emperors' world. Among them, the Supreme Xiandi frowned and said, If he dares to do this, then he must be very confident in his own strength. However, I wonder who that little fatty is? A clear voice rang out. It was Lu Susu. She was wearing a purple robe and was sitting in a restaurant. The side of her robe revealed her fair legs, causing many people in the restaurant to be moved. Chapter 1957. A dazzling battle. What does it have to do with us? The city lord of the third city is an expert comparable to the 9 deacons. If Dugu Kan wants to die, let him be. The symbol ancestor said with a smile. The godly nation was in chaos. Luckily, he found the people of the 7 Emperors' sky. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The same thing happened on the other side. In a market, several figures were walking side by side. One of them was a child holding a huge golden wheel. It was the Golden Wheel Boy. Another one was one-armed, and it was Zhuge Xiong. There was also a bloated man wearing luxurious clothes. He had a golden abacus in his hand, and he was smiling as he played with it. His name was Golden Abacus. He looked kind, but his strength was terrifying. The three of them were the Xiandi 10 heroes. They were the best of the best in the Wushang realm. However, they all looked at the sky. They recognized Dugu Kan, but they did not understand why the other party was making such a big fuss. Dugu Kan, geniuses of the human world, die. At this time, a demon Grand Monarch finally flew out and headed towards the center of the lake. The demon race clearly wanted to kill the human world geniuses. Swallow scissors. On the ancient lake, Dugu Kan stabbed out with his sword. The black shadow was like a swallow, and it instantly pierced through the demon Grand Monarchs. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. There was no doubt that the demon Grand Monarchs were strong. However, they were killed by Dugu Kan's sword. This meant that Dugu Kan's strength had increased greatly. He could be ranked in the top 5 of the Xiandi 10 heroes. Come and fight Qin Hu. If 3 incense doesn't appear, this person will die. A hoarse voice floated out, causing huge waves to rise in the ancient lake. Qin Hu. Dugu Kan's goal is to fight Qin Hu? Everyone in the human world was shocked. Qin Hu was ranked 6th in the Xiandi 10 heroes. Now he was going to fight Dugu Kan? Many people were looking forward to it. The humans wanted to see how strong the Xiandi 10 heroes were. The demons did not make a move. They chose to let the humans kill each other. As for the Protoss, they chose to watch from the sidelines. Humph, cripple, you're just jealous of my handsomeness, but let me tell you, Qin Hu will definitely not come. Little Fatty was being held up by the sword, but he still said stubbornly, "Don't look down on me. How could I not come?" However, at that moment, a heroic voice rang out. A burly figure appeared at the side of the ancient lake, stepping over the lake. It was none other than Qin Hu. Roar! At the same time, waves rose in the ancient lake, and a large number of piranhas the size of calves appeared. They flew out of the sky and pounced on Qin Hu. Tiger Wolf Claw. Qin Hu's giant staff swept through the army. A single staff strike erupted with the power of 500 laws, sweeping through everything before it. What a powerful mortal world genius. Although this person doesn't look young, he hasn't cultivated for long. Wushang is in the 7th stage realm, so he has 200 law force. But he is Wushang in the 8th stage realm, but he has 500 law force casually, so he cannot be underestimated. Seeing Qin Hu appear, many people were extremely shocked. I'll return it to you. And in the sky above the ancient lake, Dugu Kan waved his sword, and Little Fatty in the sword shot towards Qin Hu, who caught him. Qin Hu, you really came to save me? As expected of my brother, I really didn't misjudge you. Although you're not as handsome as me. Seeing Qin Hu, Zhang Yingjun was clearly very excited. Qin Hu smiled and threw Zhang Yingjun out of the ancient lake. And beside the ancient lake, Lin Ling waited there quietly. After catching Zhang Yingjun, he took out the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid and let Zhang Yingjun recover. Lin Ling, you have divine liquid? And your divine liquid is better than my immortal divine nations? Zhang Yingjun said in surprise as he recovered. Is it very strange? Your divine nation is just an abandoned citizen of the martial god realm. Although you know about the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid, you're obviously lacking in concoction. Lin Ling stared at the 2 people in the ancient lake and said indifferently, but how do you know? Zhang Yingjun's fat face was full of surprise. If I say I'm from the martial god realm, would you believe me? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. But what surprised him was that Zhang Yingjun nodded directly. I believe you. Lin Ling was speechless. Was Zhang Yingjun really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? At least when he said this, no one else would believe him. That disabled person is very strong. Zhang Yingjun looked into the distance worriedly. Lin Ling was silent. He had a feeling that Dugu Kan was an invincible existence among Wushang's 8 degrees. Pay attention to the battle. I'm going to forge a treasure. If Qin Hu is in danger, inform me immediately. Lin Ling said and hurriedly started forging by the lake. In fact, he had a lot of trump cards, so he was not afraid of Dugu Kan. But he had to be wary of the 3 great adventurer teams. and this time he was forging the berserk armor. This armor was the strongest armor Lin Ling knew of until now. It had reached the level of a 2-star immortal weapon, and now he had enough materials. What he lacked was time. Although he was forging by the lake and many people would pay attention to him, he did not have the time to care about them. Of course, there were not many people who were paying attention to Lin Ling because the third city was too big. Moreover, everyone's eyes were locked on the ancient lake. Because it was a battle in front of the 3 tribes, it was undoubtedly dazzling. A very good weapon. No, in the nation of God, this kind of treasure is called a boundary immortal weapon. This treasure should be bought in the nation of God. In the sky, Dugukin stared at the giant rod in Qin Hu's hand. Before entering the nation of God, Dugukan's growth was very slow. But after entering, everything here overturned his thinking and increased his strength greatly. That was why he was so confident this time. Not bad. A 1-star boundary immortal weapon. Increased by 200 laws. Qin Hu waved the giant rod and said without hiding anything. The humans by the ancient lake were very envious. With an immortal weapon in hand, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Then let's see how strong we are. Spinning dual swords. The dual swords in Dugukan's hand spun like a top and slashed at Qin Hu. In an instant he exploded with 600 laws. Boom! The entire ancient lake's water shot up into the sky. Qin Hu's expression changed slightly. He held the giant rod tightly in his hand. Purple light shot up, and there was the roar of a tiger. Boom! He smashed out with the rod. It was as if he could break mountains. He also unleashed his talent. It was the heavenly tiger shakes the heavens. It could form a powerful sound wave attack that could catch people off guard. Clang! The giant rod in the sky collided with the spinning sword. Sparks flew everywhere. However, the spinning sword's speed slowed down. It was affected by the sound wave. Tiger King carries the cauldron. Sensing that Dugukan's aura had weakened, Qin Hu roared. He held the rod with both hands and smashed it down fiercely. The power of laws in this strike reached more than 800, terrifying to the extreme. Boom! With a boom, the ancient lake exploded. The lake water split in half. The purple rod smashed down from the sky. It shone brightly and was extremely bright. Chapter 1958. Swallow Sword Technique. Wu Sheng's 8th stage already has 800 power of law. What if his realm increases again? Someone said with a serious expression. Without a doubt, no ordinary 8th stage Wu Sheng was Qin Hu's opponent. Swallow Sword Technique. Cloud piercing. Just at this moment, Dugukan disappeared. Like a swallow, he weaved through the ancient lake and dodged the terrifying giant staff in the sky. Just as the giant staff was about to smash down, he seemed to have found the weakness of the giant staff and stabbed out with his sword. Swallow scissors. The cry of a swallow rang out. That sword was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The fastest sword appeared. Gotcha! The giant staff in the sky was pierced by the sword. What was surprising was that the giant staff had 800 power of law, but it was blocked by the sword. Moreover, with a gotcha sound, it quietly started to shatter. 1-star barrier immortal weapon? Sensing the aura emitted by the twin swords, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dugukan also had an immortal weapon? Twin swallow divine swords, similarly purchased from the nation of gods. You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon. Dugukan floated in the sky, holding the twin swords, and said indifferently. Only then did many people realize that Dugukan's swords were black and could hide their aura. It was very helpful in battle. Qin Hu was also shocked. He suddenly sucked in a breath of air like a whale swallowing the sea. Endless spiritual energy was sucked in by him. His body seemed to have grown a lot taller. A black tiger roared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. Fierce tiger emerges, heaven collapsing, earth shattering staff. He held the staff with both hands and was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Each staff was stronger than the previous one. He opened and closed, and the power of law erupted. Rumble! The entire third city was shaken. It could be seen how terrifying this move was. 1,000 power of law. Sensing the terrifying wave, the crowd was shocked. Even the Golden Wheel Boy and the other experts were secretly shocked. When did Qin Hu become so strong? One must know that 1000 power of law was already Wusheng's 9th stage strength. Even the ordinary Wusheng's 9th stage strength wouldn't have that many power of law. Their talents are both at the 3rd grade of the divine rank, and they are evenly matched. However, Qin Hu has more laws so he can win. Dugu specializes in the speed of a swallow, but Qin Hu's Heaven's Fall, earth-shattering staff has an AoE attack. Dugu can't dodge it. It seems like the Xiandi 10 heroes ranking is going to change. This Qin Hu has changed a lot in the nation of God. Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. In the face of Qin Hu's terrifying eruption of laws, Dugu expression remained cold and indifferent. He brandished his 2 swords and continuously blocked the giant staff. But he was clearly being pushed back again and again. This made many people believe that Dugu would definitely lose. But at this moment, his sword emitted a black light, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Reverse strike. He had actually passed through Qin Hu's terrifying staff shadows. That sword was very fast. It was like a swallow passing through a heavy rain, able to avoid being stained by the rain. Qin Hu was clearly not strong in terms of movement techniques, so he was pierced through by the sword. His swinging motion stopped, and all the power of laws vanished without a trace. He stood in the sky in a daze. What's going on? The crowd was very confused. Qin Hu was supposed to win, and even if he was hit by the sword, Qin Hu looked fine. Swallow God. At the same time, Dugu voice floated out. Pitch-black swallows appeared behind him, and a large number of them were flying. All the power of laws in Qin Hu's body seemed to have been sucked away, and finally, he no longer had the strength to fight. It's Dugu talent. His talent can absorb the power of laws of his opponent. The Golden Wheel Boy let out a cry of shock. Although his voice was soft, it shocked the entire city. With the power of laws gone, Qin Hu was definitely going to lose. This could only mean that Dugu talent was too heaven-defying. Pa! Dugu stepped forward and came in front of Qin Hu. He pointed his sword at Qin Hu's neck and said calmly, "You've lost." Qin Hu was still in disbelief. He had an immortal weapon in his hand, but he still lost. How could this be? The 3 of you will die. From now on Dugu will be famous in the human realm, the devil realm, and the nation of gods. Dugu smiled for the first time. It was an excited smile. For this day he had prepared for a long time. He wanted everyone to be his stepping stones. He wanted everyone to stop discriminating against him, and be proud of him as a disabled person. Moreover, killing Qin Hu would make him famous among the Xiandi 10 heroes. As for killing Lin Ling, he would be able to seize Lin Ling's position and become the son of famine. Although the ancient giants of the human realm would vent their anger on him, when the devil race invaded, powerful human realm geniuses were more important than anything else. Therefore, he was confident that the ancient giants of the human realm would not kill him. Moreover, killing Lin Ling would give him great rewards. This was also very tempting. Breaking through 1000 laws, what a powerful talent! This person must be a wanted target of the devil race. Pink Prince put out a bounty on Lin Ling, but he missed Dugu. Perhaps Dugu is even more terrifying than Lin Ling. At the edge of the ancient lake, some devil race experts were discussing with solemn expressions. Their voices were not loud, but Dugu still heard them. This made him smile again. Being wanted by the devil race was a great honor for him, because this was an affirmation of his strength. I told you, you don't understand me. Dugu looked at Qin Hu and shook his head. His sword was about to pierce out. Next battle, it's my turn. But at this moment a calm voice sounded. At the edge of the ancient lake, a young man in a blue and white robe walked out step by step. It was Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling. Seeing this free and easy figure, the human realm experts of the 3rd city all cried out. They didn't think that Lin Ling would also be here. As for the devil race, their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, in the end they were hesitating whether to kill Lin Ling or Dugu. Moreover, it seemed that the 2 of them were not on good terms. Too weak. Under countless gazes, Dugu spat out, his voice full of contempt. However, no one felt that he was looking down on everyone, because Lin Ling's talent was indeed frightening. However, Lin Ling's cultivation time was too short, and he obviously hadn't reached Dugu level yet. Too weak. Yes. Lin Ling recalled Dugu Kan's words, shook his head, and continued forward. Without fighting, how would you know? Moreover, didn't you want to kill me? If you don't kill me with your own hands, how can your name shake the 3 realms? Yes. Yes. Dugu Kan's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words reminded him that if he killed Lin Ling, he would be even more dazzling. Fine, I'll return him to you. You fight. Yes. Dugu Kan nodded, and pierced Qin Hu with his sword. Then he lifted him up and threw him out. Seeing that, Lin Ling's eyes became ice cold. He caught Qin Hu in midair, and Qin Hu said with a pale face, Lin Ling, be careful. He cultivates the swallow sword technique, has a 1-star spirit formation immortal armament, and his laws have reached 1,000. Most importantly, his talent is too frightening. You cannot be hit by his sword, or else you will undoubtedly lose. Die. No matter what kind of trump card he has, he must die. Die. Chapter 1959. Fighting Dugu Kan. If Dugu Kan wanted to kill him openly, Lin Ling wouldn't have objected. However, he didn't like Dugu Kan's pretentious attitude. Hearing this, Dugu Kan's smile disappeared. His eyes were cold as he said, I don't want to see any more looks of discrimination. Cripple. Are you trying to make up for the inferiority in your heart? A cripple isn't scary, but a crippled heart is. Only a piece of trash would want to find satisfaction in others. I think you are a piece of trash. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His blue robe danced as he pointed the sword at Dugu Kan. Good, very good. Dugu Kan nodded coldly. Calling him a cripple and a piece of trash had touched his bottom line. Qin Hu and Zhang Yingjun secretly clenched their fists as they looked at Lin Ling and Duan Ling Tian. During this period of time, they had fought side by side and were slightly more familiar with Lin Ling's strength. He seemed to be only slightly stronger than them. At this level, he was clearly no match for Dugu Kan. Even the Golden Wheel Boy and the others were shaking their heads. Without 1,000 power of law, one would definitely lose against Dugu Kan. Swallow sweeping scissors. Dugu Kan thought that Qin Hu was stronger than Lin Ling, so he immediately attacked. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. The sword stabbed out like a swallow flying in the rain. 500 power of law erupted. He guessed that it was enough for Lin Ling to die. Clang! However, Lin Ling also stabbed out with his sword. Space was cut, forming a scene of sword tip against sword tip. He actually blocked Dugu Kan's sword. You said I'm too weak? At the same time, a mocking voice floated out. Dugu Kan's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Lin Ling had only erupted with 300 power of law, but he had blocked his sword? This was too unbelievable. He didn't know that Lin Ling's sword was the combination of his physical body and the power of law. The defense of the godly demon tyrant body was extremely terrifying. It's a little better than I expected. That's all. Dugu Kan immediately replied. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. He gathered 30 universe force and thrusted his sword forward. It actually bent Dugu Kan's sword. Better than you expected? Lin Ling's mocking voice became even louder. The crowd widened their eyes. In their eyes, the huge sword and the 2 swords collided, but the 2 swords were bent. What a powerful force. Moreover, looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he was actually more relaxed than Qin Hu. I only used 1 move, but you used your full strength. So a moment of pride doesn't mean anything. Dugu Kan replied coldly. Then I'll continue to be arrogant. Let's see what qualifications a cripple like you has to speak. Lin Ling sneered. His entire body's strength and laws erupted at the same time. His powerful sword actually suppressed Dugu Kan and sent him flying backwards. Reverse piercing cloud, revolving dual swords. Dugu Kan's face turned ugly. He let out a low roar, and his body, which had just been sent flying, turned into a spinning top. His hands and feet danced as he slashed at Lin Ling. In an instant, he exploded with the power of 700 laws. Let's see how you block it. The terrifying sword attack made Lu Susu and the others worried. They didn't expect to see Lin Ling here. Moreover, Lin Ling would fight with the 10 CND heroes. Lu Susu hurriedly looked at the people beside her. She wanted to find help. However, CND Supreme, Symbol Ancestor, and the others smiled bitterly. They weren't a match for the 10 CND heroes. They couldn't help at all. Great creation. At this moment, Lin Ling was facing Dugu Kan's terrifying sword attack. He shouted, held his sword with both hands and slashed out fiercely. He was confident that he could defeat Dugu Kan, but his opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Clang! The swords clashed again. The crazy spinning sword attack actually stopped Lin Ling's sword from slashing down. Haha, is that all? Dugu Kan laughed coldly. Your cultivation level is lower than mine, and you have fewer laws than me. You're just more talented. You don't have the right to call me trash. Is that so? Lin Ling was as immovable as a mountain. Dugu Kan's sword slashed his body, but his defense was strong and he wasn't affected at all. As time passed, Dugu Kan gradually felt that the situation was bad. That was because his terrifying sword slashes were still unable to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he discovered that cracks had started to appear on his two swords. Those cracks were caused when they collided with Lin Ling's swords. To be able to crack his one-star spirit formation immortal armament was extremely terrifying. Your sword? Dugu Kan cried out in fear. I'm very sorry. My sword is a 2-star immortal weapon. Lin Ling's sword finally exploded with terrifying spatial power. It was as if he was holding a bolt of lightning. The laws surged and sucked the ancient lake's water into the space. 400 strands of law power. Some experts secretly sensed it and then sucked in a cold breath. Heaven-defying. This was a heaven-defying sword. With the addition of the laws, Lin Ling could fight with Wu Shang, who was in the 8th stage. How is this possible? Where did you get a 2-star immortal weapon? Dugu Kan looked as if he was struck by lightning. He had a 1-star immortal weapon, but Lin Ling had a 2-star immortal weapon. No wonder Lin Ling could block him so easily. Haha. Didn't you think that I wasn't your opponent? Get lost, great creation. All the spatial laws gathered and turned into the most dazzling sword attack. Lin Ling slashed out fiercely. This sword attack had 700 laws. It wasn't any weaker than Dugu Kan's current laws. Gotcha. As if he was struck by lightning, Dugu Kan couldn't block it anymore. His body flew backward and his hands holding the sword were unsteady. However, he was still one of the CND-10 heroes. In the next moment he flew up like a swallow. Black Tortoise's 9 steps. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and stepped into the void, chasing after Dugu Kan. Qin who isn't good at martial arts, so you bully him because he isn't agile enough. But you're still too weak to use martial arts in front of me. In front of Dugu Kan, the sword slashed down and the void exploded. Dugu Kan's expression changed again. He raised his sword to block it. With a clang like thunder, the sword in his hand cracked again. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His godly devil body was majestic and domineering. His sword slashed out continuously, using the powerful laws to suppress Dugu Kan. Moreover, no matter where Dugu Kan hid, Lin Ling could catch up to him and receive him with a sword. Dugu Kan was shocked. Not long ago when he saw Lin Ling and the other two, he thought that Qin who was the most terrifying. But he underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was twice as strong as when he was at the Dharma River. What kind of monster was this? Because what if he was given 1 more month? Lin Ling, how is he so strong? When we were escaping, I thought he was on par with me. Zhang Yingjuan's mouth was agape. Qin who was also surprised. He knew that Lin Ling was not holding back his strength. That strength made him realize that Lin Ling was at least 30% stronger than him. At the same time, beside the ancient lake, the Golden Wheel Boy and the rest had serious expressions. They understood that Lin Ling was no longer weaker than them. They were afraid that he could fight with Long Yinfeng and the other 10 heroes. Although they knew this result would come sooner or later, they didn't expect it to come so quickly. Moreover, when the result came, there was only bitterness in their hearts. Chapter 1960. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios besieging Dugu Kan. You should have fought me from the start. At that time you might still have had the strength to fight. Lin Ling became fiercer as he fought. He did not hold back at all. Clang! Finally, the sword in Dugu Kan's left hand broke, and his body flew backward as he spat out blood. Of course, compared to being injured, he felt more heartache. The immortal weapon he had just bought was now useless. Die. There was only one sword left. Dugukin had to seize the final opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Then he turned into a swallow god and stabbed out. Counterattack annihilation. This sword strike was very frightening. Qin, who had been defeated by this very sword strike before. Dugukin's talent was too heaven-defying. As long as he was hit, he would definitely die. Countless people subconsciously held their breaths as they looked at the mysterious sword. Unfortunately, Qin, who had been defeated by this sword. So, how could Lin Ling not be careful? Even so, Lin Ling still felt some pressure. This Dugukin did not have many moves, but they were all very useful. Reincarnation flame. White flame spread out, turning into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of laws was like a tide. It looked like a third-grade divine rank talent, but it was not as simple as it looked. Whoosh! Dugukin's sword passed, but the reincarnation laws descended on his head. Although it could not suck him into reincarnation, it suppressed his speed and movement technique. At this moment, Dugukin's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that Lin Ling had 2 divine rank talents. I said that this move could easily cause you to die in this world. How could Lin Ling miss such a good opportunity? He stepped out, and the Tyrant Song sword took away the momentum of the only sword in the world. Together with the god-demon body, he could be said to be the ruler of the world. Great creation. All the spatial laws were released, forming the sharpest spatial sword. This was also a sword that surpassed the speed of light. No one could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. They only saw Lin Ling heavily swing his sword. Time seemed to stop. Then the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. Dugukin floated in the sky, staring at Lin Ling. He hadn't expected that he would be defeated. The battle that had made him famous would be the battle where he fell. Lin Ling Wushang, who was in the 6th degree realm, actually had the ability to kill a Wushang who was in the 8th degree realm. Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary Wushang in the 8th degree realm. He was Wushang who was invincible in the 8th degree realm. This meant that Lin Ling's battle power was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's 2 great innate talents added together gave him a total of 1,000 points of law power, which was even more than Dugukin's. Whoosh! A sword mark appeared in the middle of his head. It extended from his eyes, nose, and mouth all the way until his entire body was split into 2. Boom! His body separated to 2 sides and finally floated into the ancient lake. Dugukin defeated. Silence. The entire side of the ancient lake was completely silent. Dugukin's power was obvious in the previous battle with Qin Hu. However, a young man in the 6th degree realm like Wushang actually killed him. This was unimaginable. This fellow, his ability has increased again. Wushang Xiandi looked at the ancient lake in disbelief. If they saw Lin Ling now, they would have to call him senior. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was waving her fists in a charming manner. Of course, compared to their surprise, the Golden Wheel Boy and the rest on the other side of the ancient city were terrified. They looked at Lin Ling with helplessness and unwillingness. You're indeed the son of Huang Lin Ling. Your speed of growth is too fast. Today I must make you stay. Kill. While countless people were still in shock, a large number of demon race masters flew out and surrounded the ancient lake. They had been waiting for the result. No matter who won, they had to kill. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Kill. Could it be that person with the generous reward? It's him. I heard that in the 2nd city a large number of people are looking for him. I didn't expect him to dare to come to the 3rd city. The Nation of Gods practitioners obviously didn't know Lin Ling, but they had heard of Lin Ling's name. At this moment, all of them were ready to make a move. This scene made Lin Ling's expression heavy, but he wasn't surprised. When he came here, he had already expected this scene. This was also why he wasn't afraid of Dugukin but was wary of the 3rd city. Kill him. Kill. Indeed, after a moment of silence, the sky was filled with killing sounds. The demon race and Nation of Gods practitioners all pounced towards Lin Ling. Moreover, there were some human race practitioners hiding among them. They obviously wanted to fish in troubled waters. Seeing this scene, Lu Susu and the rest's expressions changed. Without the human realm's big shots around, all of them were killing Lin Ling without any restraint. Moreover, they could see that the Xian heroes had also made a move. The jealousy of humans was endless. If there wasn't a chance to kill Lin Ling, then the Xian heroes wouldn't make a move. But if there was even the slightest chance, they would rather take the risk. The sky was filled with human figures. Within the ancient lake, Lin Ling's expression became even colder. However, what was surprising was that at this moment, he didn't seem to know that he was surrounded. He slowly put away his blue and white robes and instead put on a black robe. This boldness was undoubtedly shocking. Who is this person? Why is he being surrounded by so many people? In a restaurant in the third city, a woman wearing golden clothes lightly said. She had a head of long golden hair and was devastatingly beautiful, like a goddess. Princess, this person is Mad God Lin Ling. He comes from the human realm and is wanted by Pink Prince with a large bounty. To the side, an old man wearing a white robe replied. At the back of his robe, there was a golden sun embroidered on it. A mere lowly human actually caused so many people to surround him. It's too easy for him. The woman frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said. She seemed to be unhappy that Lin Ling had caused such a reaction. She had always been aloof towards humans and thought that they were ants in the lower realm. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't leave the unparalleled Buddha cloud, the people of the godly kingdom would have already gone to the human realm to take a look. I guess he can only live for 2 hours at most. The woman said again. That's natural. Moreover, the 3 large adventurer groups in the nearby area have all rushed over. The old man smiled and looked out the window. However, that idiotic young prince of the immortal divine kingdom is also here. Why are you mentioning him? Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. The woman immediately waved her hand and then drank her tea. At this moment, the killing intent in the ancient lake was getting thicker and thicker, causing many adventurers to be shocked. For the desolate forest, such a big thing hadn't happened in a long time. Great creation. At this moment, a dazzling sword came from the horizon. The demons that were pouncing towards Lin Ling were instantly split in two. Blood splattered everywhere. However, the demons were all death warriors and didn't fear death. Lin Ling, we're here to help you. Beside the ancient lake, Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the others all shouted loudly. No one is allowed to come over. I can handle this alone. What was surprising was that Lin Ling didn't seem to want to implicate them and chose to fight alone. Chapter 1961. Killing 10 people in one step. Lu Susu, you can't go. If you go, you won't be of any help and will only affect Lin Ling. What a pity, it would be great if a big shot of the mortal world was here. When the Supreme Immortal Emperor saw Lu Susu stepping forward, he immediately stopped her. This made Lu Susu even more unwilling because when she saw Lin Ling fighting alone, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Forget about the devil race, there were even humans among them. This was even more ironic. Reincarnation flame. At this moment, Lin Ling was fighting against a group of heroes. He was constantly using the Mystic Turtle 9 steps and the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. Come and kill me. I, Lin Ling, have lived until now. What kind of storms have I not seen? I want to see who is not afraid of death. Everyone heard the cold voice with a hint of madness in it. Martial artists were most afraid of a madman who was unafraid of death. Now they encountered one. Kill. The devil race still attacked, but more than half of them were killed by Lin Ling. The ancient lake had turned into a blood lake. Too terrifying, this person's defense is so strong. The Golden Wheel Boy and the others were looking for an opportunity. They didn't dare to fight force with force at this moment. Moreover, they couldn't expose their identities, otherwise, the devil race wouldn't let them go. However, they didn't dare to kill Lin Ling, but it didn't mean that Lin Ling didn't dare to. Lin Ling had already noticed these humans. If he had the chance, he would kill them first because they were disgusting. Golden Wheel Boy, we met once in the past. At that time you were so noble that I had to look up to you. But now you are so pitiful. If you want to kill me, you have to join hands with others. Lin Ling used the Mystic Turtle 9 steps and appeared in the sky above the ancient lake. He ruthlessly slashed down with his overbearing sword. The Golden Wheel Boy and the others' expression changed drastically. They wanted to escape, but a reincarnation circle appeared in the sky and sucked them in. Lin Ling, you can't kill us. When the devil race invades, we are the absolute fighting force. If you kill us, how will you explain to the Deacon Palace of the mortal world? Jean Abacus said anxiously. They hadn't even made a move yet, but they were already targeted by Lin Ling. They were too unlucky. Even if the sky falls, Lin Ling will hold it up. If there is any crime, I will bear it. Lin Ling's sword was still resolute. If these people were fighting for the mortal world, then he wouldn't have killed them. But since they were fighting for him and even killed their own people, then Lin Ling had to kill them. If the highest deacon of the mortal world wanted to punish him, then he would accept it. So why wouldn't he dare? Crack! With a single slash, the Golden Wheel Child's 2 enormous golden wheels were severed. Who could possibly block a 2-star immortal armament? The Golden Wheel Child was split into 2. Zhuge Xiong's one-armed saber was chopped off, and he became an armless man from then on. As for the remaining gold abacus, his face was pale. Only after approaching Lin Ling did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling's sword was. It could cut apart any treasure. Boom! 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 However, after Lin Ling attacked, the large number of demons behind him also attacked. Terrifying power of laws attacked Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to vomit blood. He was seriously injured. Haha, let's see if you still dare to kill me. Seeing this, the gold abacus laughed loudly. If Lin Ling dared to kill him again, then he would definitely be injured again and killed by the crowd. So, as long as Lin Ling was smart enough, he would definitely not dare to kill him again. He would dodge the attack. Even if I bleed to death, I will still kill you. However, his smile quickly froze, because the sword was still ruthlessly slashing down. Even if he was injured, he would still kill. Lin Ling was that arrogant. Boom! Jean Abacus opened his mouth wide, wanting to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was killed by a sword. Perhaps when Lin Ling surpassed him, he should not have provoked Lin Ling. He should have treated Lin Ling as the true son of desolation. Unfortunately, he still had hope in his heart. That hope killed him. Of course, after killing the gold abacus, Lin Ling was attacked again. Those who attacked were demons and cultivators from the godly kingdom. Lin Ling's blood spurted out. It was a ghastly sight, causing the ancient lake to fall silent. They realized that Lin Ling's clothes had turned red. It was dyed red with blood. Come and kill me. But what surprised them was that Lin Ling's aura did not decrease. Instead, it became more vigorous and his courage soared. All the energy was gathered by Lin Ling and merged into the tyrannical Song sword, causing the sword to shine brightly. He stepped forward and the power of laws gushed out, killing 10 people with one step. Blood splattered on the ancient lake. Without Wu Sheng's 9th stage peak, without a 4th grade divine rank talent, whoever came would die. One man and one sword no doubt shook the 3rd city. The current Lin Ling was unstoppable. That's enough. Die. At this time, the wind and clouds in the sky exploded. A huge golden palm came slashing down. The golden light was dazzling. Invincible faith. This slash actually exploded with the power of 3,000 laws. It was so terrifying. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling could not block it and was split into 2. Almost at the same time, a large number of experts appeared by the ancient lake. They were the experts from the 3 large adventurer groups. At this moment their faces were cold. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to come to the 3rd city. This caused them to miss too much time. Because entering the 3rd city was a dead end. Lin Ling's actions were beyond their imagination. Lin Ling. This sudden accident caused Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the others to scream. Ironically, there were many humans by the ancient lake, but only Lu Susu and a few others were screaming. Lin Ling's death did not cause any ripples in the hearts of these humans. This kid deserves to die. Not only did he kill humans, he even dared to provoke the nation of God. What's the point of not dying? Under countless gazes, the person who killed Lin Ling appeared. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, and judging by his clothes, he was the strongest person in the ancient Ji family, Ji Lian. Lin Ling did not die in the hands of the devil race and the nation of God. Instead, he died in the hands of a human. This was even more ironic. This kid is fearless. What a pity. Finally, a large number of voices rang out from the ancient lake. Perhaps these people would only feel admiration for the dead. Before the dead died, they only felt pressure, making them jealous, wishing for nothing more than for that person to die. Only after they died would their sympathy be overflowing. However, this kind of sympathy was extremely weak at this moment. It was even ironic. I killed him for the sake of the human world. After all, he dared to kill a martial artist from the nation of God. We have to give him an explanation. Jillian heard the voices around the ancient lake and said calmly. He had found a good excuse for himself. Despicable. If the three legends of the human world and the ancient giants were here, would he dare to kill them? Lu Susu looked at Jillian and clenched her fists. However, this kind of voice was ignored by Jillian. Linling I Qin Hu will avenge you. Even if I die, I will destroy the Ji family. Qin Hu's eyes were red. Thinking back to the days when the three of them fought side by side, he realized that those short days were the happiest and most carefree days of his life. Unfortunately, he did not know that he would not be able to escape from the third city. There was no doubt that he would die. 1,000,000 blue crystals. Seems like it belongs to Sir Ji Lian. The leaders of the three adventure groups said calmly. However, they were still angry because Linling's death was too simple. Do you think I'm that easy to kill? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Under countless gazes, Linling, who was cut in half, came back to life. Blood rebirth. That sword, that blood-red robe, that elegant figure with long hair, it was shocking. Chapter 1962. He could still fight. Boom. Following Linling's voice, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened. Linling could still fight. Linling. Lu Susu's eyes moistened as she looked at the black-robed young man with a cold expression. Ever since she had known Linling, she had never seen Linling so timidly fall. No matter what kind of situation he was in, Linling would never give up. Qin Hu was also extremely shocked. In the past, when Linling was climbing the Dharma River, the more he was defeated, the braver he became. Today, facing the three clans, Linling still did not retreat. In fact, everyone was moved. In contrast, the three adventurer team commanders smiled. Linling's death was too simple, and they couldn't vent their anger even if they objected. As for Jillian, he narrowed his eyes. He was not anxious at all because Linling was just making a final struggle. You all want me to die? Linling spat out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it back down. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially the demons. They felt that Linling's question was very stupid. The warriors of the nation of God were thinking the same thing. Who wouldn't want Linling to die with a reward of 1,000,000 blue crystals? I can tell you that I will never allow myself to be captured. If you want to kill me, then I will bury you with me. Linling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with coldness and madness as his voice drifted out. Silence. The side of the ancient lake was completely silent. Linling was already on the verge of death, but his backbone was still as strong as ever. Even when he was about to die, he still wanted to drag someone down with him. In this regard, many people recalled Linling's crazy actions before, and they began to feel fear in their hearts. However, to the top three adventurer teams, this was a joke. Linling was indeed a monstrous genius. However, in the face of a martial emperor, no matter how dazzling he was, it was futile. No wonder you're so arrogant. You didn't embarrass the human world. You've earned my respect. Too bad you killed someone from the nation of God. Even though I'm from the same hometown as you, I can't help you. The only thing I can do is beg for mercy for you. Jillian took a deep breath and said indifferently. Glancing at the commanders of the three adventurer teams, Jillian continued, I'll give you a chance. We'll send 10 people. If you win, you can leave. Even if the commanders of the three adventurer teams try to kill you, Jillian will protect you. His voice was like thunder, sonorous and powerful, extremely heroic. Hearing this, many people's faces changed. Could it be that Jillian was moved by Linling's courage? Was that why he chose to help Linling? Unfortunately, Lu Susu and the others stared at Jillian in disbelief. According to what they knew, the ancient Ji family was determined to kill Linling. Now that Jillian said this, He must be trying to establish his prestige. In the future, when the ancient giants interrogated him, Jillian could say that he had already done his best to help Lin Ling. Let's fight. Let everyone see if Lin Ling can drag someone down with him before he dies. Eagle God King said sarcastically. Then he waved his hand and experts from the 3 adventurer teams walked out. Upon closer inspection, the weakest among them was Wu Shang's 9th degree. Among them, there were even Wu Shang's 10th degree. How could they win? How was this giving Lin Ling a chance? Because no matter how strong Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to shake Wu Shang's 9th degree. Seeing this, the devil race laughed. Lu Susu and the others frowned and wanted to find help. Unfortunately, unless the giants of the human realm came, who else could help Lin Ling? A very good junior. I'm impressed. To show my respect, I'll let you have 3 moves. 3 moves? How about 10 moves? That's right. The 3 major clans are watching. Since that's the case, why not let them have 100 moves and let them see the strength of the nation of God? The 10 of them laughed and walked out, treating Lin Ling as a stepping stone. It was as if they were toying with Lin Ling. Of course, with their strength they had the right to do so. Lin Ling had at most 1,000 laws. But here, the weakest had 1,500 and the strongest had 2,000. Although they weren't geniuses, but obviously they were experts who had cultivated for many years. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His face was expressionless. He sensed that the 10 of them were indeed not to be underestimated. I'll let you have 1 move. At this moment, one of them reached out and formed a giant hand of thunder. Its laws were extremely terrifying. It had reached 1,000. Clang! At this critical moment, Lin Ling blocked with his sword, but he couldn't stop the terrifying laws. His body flew backward, and more blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. That's still a move? Everyone was stunned. The 10 of them had just said that they would let Lu Shang have 1 move, and then they immediately attacked. This was too unruly. I was just reminding him. Who would have thought that he would be so weak that he couldn't even take 1 move from me? The one who attacked said with a smile. Clearly, he was toying with Lin Ling. Because it ended too quickly, we can't make the leaders happy, so we can only play slowly. An old man shrugged and said. As expected, everything they did was to make the 3 captains happy. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 adventurer groups were smiling. They seemed to be in a good mood. You're Lin Ling, right? You shouldn't have killed my Eagle adventurer group. What a pity. Young people have to pay the price for their mistakes. Sigh, I pity your talent. Another old man walked toward Lin Ling. His face was kind, as if he felt sorry for Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. He was still stubborn and didn't beg for mercy. However, at this moment, the old man suddenly said in a low voice, "Seize the opportunity. I'll cover your escape later." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the old man in surprise. Divine Eagle 8 elbow strike. However, after the old man said that, he raised his elbow and shot toward Lin Ling like an arrow. His elbow hit Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was sent flying again, spitting out blood. The old man seemed kind, but in fact, he was also toying with Lin Ling. Haha, Old Nine is very popular. The leader of the Eagle Adventurer group couldn't help but laugh. He was very pleased to see this scene. Ugly. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Why are you toying with him? Seeing the actions of those strong men, many people secretly clenched their fists. They were too shameless. Then they looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Lin Ling was probably going to be toyed to death by the 10 strong men. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling wasn't begging for mercy. Instead, the flames of war in his eyes burned brighter. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his sword. I've had enough. All of you are going to die. These people had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Since that was the case, even if he had to break his teeth, he would devour them. Haha. The 10 men roared at the sky. One of them stretched out his neck, patted it and said, "Come and kill me. Let me see how a piece of trash like you can kill me." Chapter 1963. Berserk Fruit. Unfortunately, in the eyes of everyone, even if Lin Ling was furious, there was nothing he could do. Because he only had 1,000 strands of the laws, and he wasn't a match for them at all. Black Tortoise 9 steps. At this time Lin Ling moved. He stepped into the void and appeared in front of that person. That person was stunned for a moment, but the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. You can't shake me. Great creation. Lin Ling turned a deaf ear to him, and viciously slashed down with his sword, causing lightning to erupt from that person's body. There were no less than 1,100 laws. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would kill him. Do you think I only have 1,000 laws? But at this moment a cold shout suddenly sounded. The 1,000-dimensional space suddenly changed, and the power of 100 laws suddenly appeared. The sword was incomparably dazzling at this moment. The eyes of the person patting his neck fiercely trembled. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding the power of laws? How could this be? Boom! The sword slashed down and the powerhouse was split in two. Even before he died, he couldn't understand why Lin Ling had suddenly erupted with even more laws. A 9th stage realm expert of Wushang was killed? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had just seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. The remaining 9 people's faces also changed dramatically as they stared at Lin Ling. Only then did they realize that a green fruit had appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, and he fiercely shoved it into his mouth. Berserk divine fruit? Shocked voices came out from the 9 mouths. The Berserk God fruit was a treasure unique to the nation of God. It could increase a martial artist's power of law by 100 for a short period of time. It was a life-saving trump card in a life or death situation. Of course, there was a time limit to this. Once the effect was over, the martial artist would lose the ability to fight. This guy actually swallowed a Berserk divine fruit. One of the men's expression turned ugly. But to his surprise, another Berserk divine fruit appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, and he swallowed it. Boom! 200 strands of the power of laws were born. Like I said, if you want to kill me, then let's see if your lives are tough enough. Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold. He had the aura of someone who would rather die than live in dishonor. Boom! Another Berserk divine fruit was swallowed by him, and his laws rose once more. Next there was another one. After 6 pieces, Lin Ling's power of law had reached over 1,600. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and golden light shone from him. The space within 100 meters of him shattered, and his terrifying aura shook the world. Wushang 9th degree realm die. A voice that seemed to dominate the world floated out. Lin Ling vanished. With his laws erupting, his speed was extremely fast. I'll give you 10 moves. Let's see how powerful you are. In just an instant, he appeared in front of one of Wushang's 9th stage realm practitioners, and the cold smile on his lips was like a devil's smile. At the same time, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. The space laws revealed their sharpness. It seemed like he was giving way, but when he said he would kill, he would kill. That strong practitioner's pupils trembled fiercely. He was so arrogant earlier because he knew he would definitely win against Lin Ling. But now he was afraid, because Lin Ling's laws had surpassed his. That strong practitioner also exploded with divine power. Unfortunately, after the sword slashed down, that divine power was like tofu, easily dissolving. Swoosh! That person was split into 2. That sword's brilliance seemed as though no one could block it. The remaining people all frowned. Lin Ling's counterattack before his death was indeed terrifying. You actually killed him, an old man said coldly. In his opinion, with the 10 of them fighting, Lin Ling would definitely die. In the end, one of them was killed, which made him feel that he had lost all his face. I was just reminding him. Who would have thought that he was so weak that he couldn't even block a light move from me? Lin Ling's pupils turned and landed on that old man as he spat out a sentence in a sarcastic tone. This sentence was also said by the 10 of them. Hearing this, the remaining people were all furious. Although Lin Ling's laws had greatly increased, it was clearly not to the extent that they were afraid of. It's just a mere 1,600 strands of divine power. What's there to be arrogant about? Die! Die! The old man who spoke at the beginning shouted angrily, his face full of malevolence. Because of the 2 people who were killed earlier, one of them was his family member. Amir! Ha! Lin Ling laughed coldly. The Berserk divine fruit appeared in his left hand again, and he put it into his mouth. This action made everyone's jaws drop. Lin Ling swallowed the berserk divine fruit again? One had to know that there was a limit to eating the berserk divine fruit. If one ate too many and exceeded the limit, then the human body would explode. However, Lin Ling had already swallowed several of them. It was beyond imagination. Enjoy your last moments. I said before I die, I will definitely drag a few people down with me, and you are one of them. Lin Ling laughed, but there was madness in his laughter. He continued to eat the berserk divine fruit. Boom, boom, boom. The laws kept exploding from his body. It was a shocking sight. 1,700. 1,800. 1,900. The remaining experts were all shocked. Lunatic, a complete lunatic. Because Lin Ling had swallowed too many berserk divine fruits, he would not be able to escape death. As for the people by the ancient lake, their hearts were all in shock. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was only at the 6th stage realm like Wushang, could actually make a 10th stage realm expert like Wushang fearful. This was just like a dream. Wushang was at the 10th stage realm. If he was in the human realm, he would be the existence of a giant in the human realm. And now, the giant in the human realm was also afraid of Lin Ling. Kill him, take advantage of the fact that he hasn't become strong and kill him. The old man who spoke at the beginning changed his benevolent expression to one of malevolence. Lin Ling, since you want us to die, we won't let you have an easy time. He was apparently mad with anger. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to counterattack and decide their lives. But his words seemed to be deceiving himself. Because they wanted Lin Ling to die, but they said that Lin Ling was forcing them to die. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling should be a dead man and shouldn't resist them. Godly Eagle's 8 strikes elbow. The sky exploded, as though a godly eagle was soaring through the sky. That old man exploded with 2,000 laws and his elbow was glowing with divine light as he struck Lin Ling. Boom! The ancient lake exploded from the aura and the lake water fell like rain. By the ancient lake, everyone stared with their eyes wide open, deeply afraid that they would miss something. Lin Ling, Qin Hu and the rest cried out worriedly. This level of battle had already exceeded their imagination, and it was something that they had to look up to. As for Ji Lian and the 3 leaders of the adventurer groups, their faces were ashen. The scene in front of them was not what they wanted to see. What they wanted to see was Lin Ling begging for mercy and looking regretful. I didn't expect him to swallow so many berserk divine fruits. Isn't his body afraid of exploding? Ji Lian said unwillingly. Because the power that Lin Ling had exploded, even he was afraid of it. No matter, under Old Nine's 8 divine eagle strikes, he will definitely die. Divine King Feiying said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1964. Counterattack. Thud, thud, thud. Beside the ancient lake, many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. As for the devil race, they gritted their teeth secretly, hoping that Lin Ling would die in the hands of that expert. The storm gradually calmed down, but white flames filled the sky. That pressure was as if the Yellow Spring Great Emperor had descended. Seeing this, everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Lin Ling was not dead yet? Under countless gazes, a black-robed figure walked out from the white flames. That majestic aura was like that of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. It was Lin Ling. How can you block my 8 striking divine eagle elbow? In front of him, that old man maintained his elbows attacking posture, but he was trapped and could not move at all. Above his head, a mysterious flame circle appeared and bound him. 3,000 laws. Lin Ling softly spat out a voice, causing that old man's pupils to congeal. He was still too slow. Lin Ling had swallowed a large amount of berserk divine fruits and risked his life to attack. You, what do you want? That old man's face was pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. He had never expected that the ant's counterattack would be so terrifying. His laws were comparable to Wushang's 10th stage realm. Lin Ling shook his head and did not say much. He walked forward, but every step he took seemed to step on everyone's heart, causing their hearts to roar. Bang! As Lin Ling stopped at the last step, that old man spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his entire cultivation had been disintegrated by an invisible aura. Your strength is not weak. To cultivate to Wushang's 10th stage realm, You must have put in a lot of effort. Lin Ling said softly. That's right, sir. To be able to reach today's stage, I have put in 10 times more effort than ordinary people. That old man said fearfully. It's a pity for your achievements. Sigh, but you still have a chance. Among the 10 of you, you are the only one who can live. Lin Ling thought for a moment and said indifferently. That old man's eyes lit up. He could live? He wanted nothing more than to leave this place immediately, because Lin Ling, who had swallowed the berserk divine fruit, would definitely die. He did not want to be buried with him. Thank you, the old man said excitedly, as if this was the most exciting moment of his life. Reincarnation flame. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and grabbed the old man's head. White flame spread out and burned him crazily. Didn't you say you would let me go? The old man anxiously shouted, but Lin Ling completely ignored him, which made him suddenly remember that he had also said the same thing to Lin Ling before. At that time he was deceiving Lin Ling, playing with Lin Ling. And now Lin Ling was returning the favor. Pa. The white flames were hot and cold, burning into the depths of the old man's soul. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. At this moment Lin Ling had clearly surpassed his peak and reached an unprecedented height. Unfortunately, this height was only temporary, but it was enough to make the remaining people tremble with fear. In their eyes, Lin Ling held the old man's head and walked over step by step. It was as if he had come from the underworld. We won't participate. The pressure was too strong, and the remaining people were all scared witless. The power of 3,000 laws, even Wu Shang, who was at the peak of the realm, would have to avoid it, unless he was a genius expert. Kneel down and perhaps you won't die, Lin Ling finally said, making those people kneel down without hesitation. Although it was embarrassing, their lives were more important at this moment. Bastard! Seeing this, the leaders of the 3 adventurer teams were furious. They did not see Lin Ling beg for mercy, but instead saw their own people kneel down in shame. This was a silent slap, but it was very loud. The crowd looked at Lin Ling in shock. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so ruthless. He was still so proud even before death. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Ling saw the crowd kneeling down and his lips curled into a cold smile. He spread out his hands and a terrifying flame shot out like a meteor, forming a huge reincarnation circle in the sky. He said before that those who came to kill him would have to accompany him in death, so these people had to die. As for integrity, there was no need to be honest with these people because they had none. You said you wouldn't kill us. The remaining people cried out and wanted to escape, but the reincarnation circle in the sky produced a huge suction force, sucking them in. The power of the laws was like the laws of heaven and earth, like flowers blooming and withering, life and death. No one could escape from it. No, those people were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. Their painful cries stunned everyone by the ancient lake. Dead. Even the 10th stage realm expert Wu Shang had died. Lin Ling was crazy. As long as there's a breath left, hope will not be extinguished. Even if he's weak, even if he's tired, as long as there's a breath left, he will continue to fight. Someone said in admiration. Wu Shang's 6th stage realm expert had killed 10 Wu Shang's peak realm experts. Such a counterattack, no one wasn't shocked. In the entire 3 realms, Lin Ling was probably the only person who could achieve such a feat. The entire ancient lake was extremely quiet. The crowd looked at the figure floating in the sky and they seemed to see that figure starting to weaken, walking towards death step by step. The power brought by the berserk divine fruit started to diminish. Most importantly, Lin Ling had swallowed too many berserk divine fruits and he was not far from death. But Lin Ling continued to float in the sky, standing tall like a pine tree, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground, making no one dare to go near him. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely become the king of the 3 realms in future. Those demon race seniors all started to admire Lin Ling's willpower, fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Go to hell. But at this moment, a golden figure stepped forward and shot towards Lin Ling. It was Jillian. Jillian was obviously very cautious. Previously when Lin Ling killed those few people he didn't dare to fight. Only when the power of Lin Ling's berserk divine fruit weakened did he seize the opportunity to fight. Despicable person. This action, even the demon race seniors couldn't stand it. Lin Ling fighting with his life on the line to kill 10 experts. This should be the time for Lin Ling to die with pride. But Jilian made a despicable move. Didn't you say that if Lin Ling defeated 10 people, Jilian would let him go? The people from the godly kingdom also shouted angrily. They also couldn't stand it. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling was slashed by Jilian's blade. He spat out blood and fell into the ancient lake below like a kite. Haha! Jilian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had done something that no one else could. Lin Ling died in my hands. From now on my name will shake the 3 realms. This undoubtedly made people even angrier, leaving him with only a look of disdain. But Jilian didn't care at all. Winner takes all. Today, everyone was disdainful of him, but as time passed, who would remember the process of this battle? People only remembered the result that Lin Ling was killed by Jilian, and that was enough. Lin Ling. Lu Susu, Wushang and Xiandi's eyes were wet. Today, Lin Ling fought again and again, and clearly, he had convinced everyone, including them. Splash! Chapter 1965. Another counterattack. This strong figure moved countless people. Because he is Lin Ling. He once again raised the banner of invincibility and faced the enemy head-on. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded and many people even shouted, Lin Ling, you can do it! Go! Still not dead? So it's that armor you're wearing, but you've eaten the berserk divine fruit, so you'll die sooner or later. Let me help you. Go! Jilian was stunned for a moment, then he sneered. He saw that Lin Ling had an extra set of red armor on his body. It looked somewhat extraordinary, but he guessed that it was a protective measure that Lin Ling had made for himself before his death. Because no armor can make up for Lin Ling's death. And the reason is the berserk divine fruit. Let's see how long you can block it. Go! Jilian is the head of the ancient Ji family. His strength is unfathomable, and there are few who can match him in the mortal world. Slash of faith. Go! He raised his hand high and a golden light shone. It was like a blade, and it slashed down, exploding with 2,500 strands of law energy. Rumble! Lin Ling fell into the ancient lake again like a kite with a broken string. Humph, poor guy, is it the aftereffect of the berserk divine fruit that made your brain stupid? You dare to fight me in this state? Jilian smiled disdainfully, but his smile quickly froze, because a figure floated up from the ancient lake with difficulty, and then stepped into the sky expressionlessly. Jilian was stunned. The leaders of the 3 adventurer teams were stunned. Everyone around the ancient lake was stunned. Lin Ling is still alive after being swept by the berserk divine fruit, and attacked by Jilian's law energy. What a tenacious life force. How can you still stand up? Jilian was stunned, and his face was full of blue veins. The young man with steady steps seemed to be mocking him, making him feel extremely embarrassed. He, the head of the ancient Ji family, tried to kill a seriously injured junior, but failed again and again. How is this possible? Supreme light of faith. Jilian roared towards the sky. Golden light burst out from his body and countless law principles shot towards Lin Ling like needles. This time the number of law principles reached over 3,000. Clang clang clang. It was as if Lin Ling had encountered a violent storm. His entire body was covered in blood. However, under everyone's gazes, he continued to move forward. It was as if he was facing the winds and waves of the heavens as he stepped onto his journey. What a proud young man. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. Today's battle had exceeded everyone's imagination. It was probably the most exciting battle they had ever seen in their lives. Lin Ling against a group of heroes. Spear of Faith. Jilian's expression became even more unsightly as he once again condensed a terrifying attack and charged towards Lin Ling. He refused to believe it. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was immortal. No matter how powerful that armor was, it absolutely couldn't block his spear of law. Rumble. Wherever the spear passed, heaven and earth would change color. Faith was invincible. The spear pierced through Lin Ling's chest, causing Lin Ling to freeze in midair. Blood rained down like rain. That tragic scene moved the hearts of countless people. Pa! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's feet moved and he once again walked towards Jilian. This time everyone looked at the sky numbly. They were already speechless. As for Jillian, he stood there in a daze. He was actually a little afraid. In his life, he had fought countless battles, but he was never afraid of an enemy. However, at this moment he was afraid. The most ironic thing was that the fear wasn't because the enemy was very strong, but because the enemy's belief that he would never fall had ruthlessly hurt him. Come Ji family head. Lin Ling finally raised his head and coldly spat out a sentence. In everyone's eyes, he was unafraid of death. However, the reason why he still walked towards Jillian was because of the berserk armor on his body. The berserk armor was a 2-star immortal weapon. The owner of this armor sacrificed speed but increased defense. The most important thing was that it could absorb the opponent's law principles and ultimately form the berserk law. The more law principles absorbed, the more terrifying the law principles were. Now Lin Ling didn't know how much law principles he had absorbed. He estimated that it should be at least 4,000 law principles. For 1,000 law principles, this was a realm that Lin Ling could only look up to. Come Ji family head. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady as he walked towards Jillian. Die for me. Jillian seemed to have gone crazy as he continuously unleashed terrifying attacks. He was getting more and more afraid. Why didn't Lin Ling die? The crowd looked at this scene in horror. They didn't expect the powerful Jillian to be driven crazy, while the weak Lin Ling could start a prairie fire with a single spark. His momentum was shocking. Boom boom boom. Countless law principles overturned the sky. It was probably enough to kill any 10th stage realm Wusheng. However, a miracle was right in front of them. Lin Ling and Wusheng were 6th stage realm, but they still didn't die. Gotcha. Finally, Lin Ling's armor cracked. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like thunder. It's broken. Jillian was overjoyed as he attacked even more crazily. Faith energy field. However, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was also boiling because he sensed that he was just a little bit short. Just a little bit. Before the armor was completely broken, he could unleash all his law principles. At that time, as long as he didn't die, Jillian would definitely die. Hang in there. Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth. Gradually, an unprecedented energy gathered in his arm and gradually reached the tyrannical Song sword. Very strong. It had probably reached 8,000 law principles. Pa! Finally, Lin Ling pulled out the ancient sword behind his back. With the sword in hand, he dominated the world. Boom boom boom. Almost at the same time, a large number of crystal flowers exploded in the sky. They were densely packed and extremely gorgeous. If one looked carefully, they were actually space flowers. The entire scene was silent. Everyone saw that those space flowers were brought by Lin Ling. Jillian stopped attacking and stared at Lin Ling. A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. That sense of uneasiness came from Wusheng's 6th degree realm Lin Ling. I've said it before, if you want to kill me, everyone will die with me, including you. Lin Ling finally raised his sword and slashed out. 8,000 space flowers bloomed. Boom! That slash was earth-shattering, cutting ghosts and gods, breaking the dome of heaven. Jillian was stunned. That slash was like the most resplendent flower, slowly falling towards him. But that terrifying sharpness made him feel the taste of death. Why was Lin Ling only in Wusheng's 6th degree realm, but he was able to slash out such a terrifying slash? Why was he still able to fight when Lin Ling was already on the verge of death? Why was it like this? He frantically fled towards the ground, towards the side of the ancient lake. The crowd's mouth was agape. In their eyes, that slash was very slow, but Jillian's speed was even slower. This kind of terrifying space aura shocked everyone. But this kind of slowness seemed to have reached its limit and instantly accelerated. Swoosh! Wherever the slash passed, Jillian's body was fixed in place as if time had stopped. His head slowly floated down, smashing into the water. It felt like a dream. Boom boom boom. From afar, that extremely terrifying space slash had actually cut off the third city wall. Along the way, those tall trees in the desolate forest were all cut off. Chapter 1966. Immortal God Kingdom. Lin Ling had turned the tables once again. Moreover, this time the powerhouse was the highest authority in the human realm, a giant from the human realm. Whoever came would die. If the king of the nation of God came, or if the ancient giants of the mortal world came, would they all die? Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought, because Lin Ling was undefeatable. Whoever came to kill him would have to die with him. At the side of the ancient lake, it was silent. No one spoke, and the focus of their gazes was on Lin Ling. In the third city's restaurant, the blonde goddess's expression changed. At the beginning, she thought that the ant wouldn't be able to last for an incense stick's time. However, the result was far beyond her expectations. What a terrifying genius of the mortal realm. Even she was moved. Let the leaders of the 3 large adventurer groups kill him. The goddess pondered for a moment before speaking. The elder's expression changed. He didn't expect that she would personally order someone to be killed. Moreover, it was a lowly commoner from the human realm. Yes, the elder immediately nodded. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 large adventurer groups, Eagle God King, Lei Ba and Xiong, all had murderous intent in their eyes. Because they also felt that Lin Ling was too terrifying. The secrets on him were beyond imagination. If this person was a friend, they would have a deep relationship with him. But if he was an enemy, then they had to eliminate him completely. Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the 6th stage of Wushang. What if Wushang was at the 10th stage? They didn't dare to imagine the result. Everyone attack! Kill him! Divine King Soaring Eagle let out a furious roar, and led the Soaring Eagle adventurer team to attack Lin Ling. In the sky, a golden eagle flew past. The law was extremely terrifying. Thunderstream adventurer group. Kill him! Lei Ba's fist became as big as a small mountain. He walked over from the ancient lake. Everywhere he went, he was like a giant. Moreover, there were pools of lightning everywhere. As for the other side, poison clouds filled the sky and actually covered all the light in the sky. It was as if the light was drowned by poison. The 3 large adventurer groups all attacked. Beside the ancient lake, everyone's hearts were trembling. Did Lin Ling finally attract such an expert? They all looked at Lin Ling, but they realized that this domineering youth was not moving at all. Only his long hair was fluttering in the wind, as if he would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. What kind of willpower was this? What kind of pride was this? After fighting so many people, so many experts, in the end facing the 3 captains, would he still not take a step back? The Eagle God Monarch had a solemn expression. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything else. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling as quickly as possible. Only then would he feel at ease. Lin Ling, run! Lu Susu, Qin Hu and the others shouted. It was impossible for Lin Ling to defeat the top 3 adventurer teams, because those team leaders were all martial emperors. Don't run, my father is here. But at this time Zhang Yingjun suddenly said, and looked at the distant sky. The sky was still, as if time had stopped. An indescribably terrifying aura swept over, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. Their hearts were cold. But they didn't know what was happening. The poison clouds in the sky were dug out by a large hand, and an immortal Buddha appeared. This Buddha actually reached the sky, as if it was the lord of a divine country. Are you jealous of my handsomeness? The hand grabbed down, as if it was covering the sky. The Eagle God Monarch's expression changed. His speed was extremely fast, but the hand in the sky was like a 5-fingered mountain, making it impossible for him to escape. Rumble! The giant hand grabbed fiercely, and Divine King Fei Ying immediately exploded. Even his golden wings were turned into dust. In the end, he turned into a golden feather and escaped from that terrifying giant hand. However, his face was extremely pale. What was the background of this Buddha? Immortal divine palm. The huge palm ruthlessly slammed down. This palm was so big that it was comparable to the entire ancient lake. Boom! Under this palm, the ancient lake exploded. The originally circular ancient lake turned into a huge palm print at this moment. As for the palm, all living beings died, and Lin Ling was in between the fingers of the palm, so he was safe and sound. Looking at the ancient lake, Lei Ba was actually slapped into a meat patty. The 2 leaders of the adventurer teams were heavily injured in one move. As for the remaining Xiong, he stopped pouncing on Lin Ling. His face was pale without any color, and he turned into clouds, escaping in all directions. Universe in the sleeve. The Buddha's hand reached out, and the wide robe erupted with the terrifying power of law. It actually sucked all the poison clouds back, causing the Xiong to return to his original form and smash into the ground. You bastards, you actually joined forces to bully my son. Are you jealous that my son is more handsome than you? A deafening voice finally rang out, shocking everyone until their eardrums hurt. The vast third city was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the three adventurer teams, the demon grand monarchs, or the city lord of the third city, they were all silent at this moment. They stared at the fat Buddha in the sky with fear. A voice rose in their minds. It was a powerhouse from the immortal divine kingdom. The immortal divine kingdom was one of the three great divine kingdoms of the nation of God. It was said that it was an extremely terrifying existence in the martial god realm. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, after its fall, the three great divine kingdoms were all chased into the unparalleled Buddha cloud, never to leave again. As time passed, the immortal divine kingdom rose again. Although they couldn't break through the enchantment seal, they were still the king of the nation of God. No one could stop them. It's him. In the restaurant, the blonde goddess expression changed drastically. She wasn't surprised that this person came back because the idiot young prince was here. What surprised her was that this person would help Lin Ling. Arrogant Zhang Yingjun, the charming Zhang Yingjun of the nation of God. Take a good look at what the immortal martial arts are. At this moment, the Buddha in the sky laughed and stared at a little fatty on the ground. The little fatty flipped his hair elegantly. What made people speechless was that this terrifying existence actually knew this ugly little fatty. Of course, at this moment, this little fatty with a bounty of 100 blue crystals gave people a chill in their hearts. Especially the three great adventurer teams. They never expected this guy to have such a big background. What was the relationship between them? Father, they're all jealous of my handsomeness, especially the three great adventurer teams. The little fatty said with a serious face. His words made people's hearts tremble. They were actually father and son. Humph, his handsomeness is his ability. You're jealous of my son's handsomeness, aren't you? Is it my son's fault that he's too handsome? That's innate. So you're all going to die for me. I'll kill from the weakest to the strongest. Let's see if you still dare to be jealous. The Buddha in the sky shouted coldly. The three great adventurer teams' expressions changed drastically. How could they be jealous of the little fatty's handsomeness? He wasn't handsome at all. Of course, they didn't dare to say this at this moment. They only wanted to run for their lives and blow up the Eagle God King. Chapter 1967. The Ancient Giant of the Godly Kingdom. In the third city, countless pairs of eyes stared at the Buddha giant. At this moment, a huge palm came crashing down, and the terrifying wind blew some of the weaker ones to death. Boom! As for that palm, it was like the law of heaven and earth. Under that palm, a corner of the third city was shattered, and a huge palm print was left on the ground, as if it was a valley. Spare me! That Buddha giant killed indiscriminately, displaying the aura of an overlord. In the third city, cries and screams rang out. Every palm killed countless members of the three large adventurer groups. If they had a choice, they would definitely not chase after Lin Ling's group. Spare me, senior, we didn't know he was your son. Eagle God King stared at the sky, his pupils trembling violently. Although the Buddha giant did not attack him, he knew that it wanted to kill the weaker ones first before it moved on to them. As for Lei Ba and Xiong, their faces were pale, and they did not dare to move. My son is so handsome, how can you not recognize him? The Buddha giant in the sky roared, and under that huge palm, a large number of experts from the adventurer groups fell. As for the side of the ancient lake, everyone had long left. No one dared to stay. Bang bang bang. The huge palm continued to fall, and Wu Sheng's 8th degree realm experts were killed, and the 9th degree realm experts fell. Gradually it reached Wu Sheng's 10th degree realm. Unfortunately, they still could not block the huge palm in the sky. The crowd in the distance opened their mouths wide. The three large adventurer groups that dominated the desolate forest were probably going to die here today. Involuntarily, many people looked at Lin Ling, who was still floating in the sky, and their hearts shook. Those who came to kill Lin Ling were all wiped out. Run! Xiong could not watch himself die here, so he planned to run. Immortal heaven and earth. However, just as he moved, a cold voice came from the sky. A terrifying law appeared, and it actually slowed down Xiong's speed. He was like an ant crawling. I've said it before, kill the weak first, then the strong. If the weak don't die, how can you run? Get back here and watch the show. That Buddha let out a voice filled with might without being angry. Then with a bang, Xiong fell down from the sky, spitting out blood and looking dispirited. The leaders of the other two large adventurer groups trembled even more, because this was a kind of torture. They could not leave and could only wait for death. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They suddenly remembered what Lin Ling had said. If you come to kill me, you'll all die with me. Now they're all going to die with me. Boom boom boom. The huge palm continued to fall, and Xiong of Xiong's 10th degree realm experts fell. Xiong 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 of Xiong 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 of Xiong of course of Xiong of Xiong 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 Xiong. In the distance, the great venerables of the devil race said coldly. They were death warriors, so they didn't fear the great venerables in the sky. But they had to kill Lin Ling. Forget it, if you want to kill him, do it next time. Today I admire him. That's right, I hate hypocritical humans, but I don't hate that guy. He has the same backbone as the demon, so if you want to kill him, do it when he's at his peak. I don't want to kill a powerless warrior who is fighting against so many people. Many of them shook their heads. They did not want to humiliate Lin Ling, and they did not want to humiliate themselves. In the end, they all left one by one. At this moment in the third city, the three large adventurer groups had all fallen. The remaining three leaders stood there, and then they all fell to their knees. Spare us, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, please spare us. They were all begging for mercy. In the face of a powerful warrior, they were just ants. Because that Buddha giant was probably at the peak of power in the godly kingdom, and to the human world, that kind of power was comparable to the ancient giants. Zhongyingjun, go kill him. I'll see who dares to resist. The Buddha giant looked down at the three of them and spat out a sentence coldly. All right, I'll do it. I'll see who dares to be jealous of my handsomeness. The little fatty walked out with a chuckle. His facial features, which were focused on the center point, gave people a feeling of extreme speechlessness. However, what happened next completely overturned the crowd's thoughts. The reason being that the little fatty of the 8th layer martial saint realm actually managed to kill 3 martial emperors. Those martial emperors did not even dare to resist and died just like that. From this, it could be seen how intimidating that Buddha giant was. Lin Ling. When the matter was over, many people then looked at the young man floating in the sky. Lin Ling's body was covered in blood. His skin was constantly exploding, leaving behind flesh and blood, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. But he still stood in the sky, looking indifferently in front of him. That look made many people's hearts roar. They felt pain just looking at it, but Lin Ling could still stand up. His willpower was too scary. Lin Ling, Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the rest quickly flew towards Lin Ling. I'm not dead yet. Lin Ling spat out these words with much difficulty, causing everyone to be stunned and speechless for a moment. Zhongyingjun, this friend of yours really is strong. He ate so many berserk divine fruits, yet he still hasn't died. Immediately bring him to the immortal mountain. He still has a chance to live. In the sky, that Buddha was also a bit shocked. All right. Zhongyingjun quickly carried Lin Ling and left. Looking at those people leaving, the people in the third city were speechless for a long time. They looked at the ancient lake that had turned into the shape of 5 fingers, looked at the ground that was dyed red with blood, and suddenly felt the sorrow of the weak. No matter who they were, what kind of talent and strength they had, in the hands of the strong they were just ants. Those ancient powerhouses could turn them into ashes with just a glance. Lin Ling just came to the nation of God, and even the experts of the nation of God are moving for him. Many human experts mumbled to themselves, but in the end they shook their heads and left. As for Xian Di and the rest, they bitterly smiled. To them, Lin Ling was already a giant of the human world. The immortal divine nation, one of the 3 great divine nations of the unparalleled Buddha cloud, was also an ancient giant. In a tranquil valley, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Clear water flowed down from the sky, forming a beautiful mist that covered the entire valley. It was extremely beautiful. What was surprising was that the water that fell from the sky seemed to have no roots. It actually flowed out from the void. I hope he can persevere. If he fails, then he will be turned into ashes. Father, don't tell me you don't have a way? Father. Too many berserk divine fruits can't be eaten, or else it will destroy the human body. It's already a miracle that he can persevere until now. Father. Everyone left the valley one after another. Lu Susu looked worriedly, bit her red lips and finally left as well. In the valley, under the clear water, a figure sat cross-legged. His body was constantly exploding, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, they were also constantly being repaired. Chapter 1968. Wusheng's 7th Stage Realm. You're here, you're finally here. You can't die here, the second stone sculpture is just around the corner. Unknowingly, Lin Ling heard a familiar voice, as though it came from the horizon but also seemed to be ringing by his ear, which made Lin Ling's finger finally moved slightly. Almost at the same time, the god and devil physique operated furiously, and the speed of recovery also increased by a lot. In addition to the mysterious water flowing down from the sky, Lin Ling finally survived the side effects of the berserk god fruit. In actual fact, the reason why Lin Ling dared to swallow a large amount of berserk god fruit was because of the god and devil physique. The god and devil physique was an absolute defense. Not only on the outside, it also had an internal defense. Pa. And in Lin Ling's dantian, the real energy source was revolving, as though it had turned into a desolate land. A large amount of heaven and earth laws were derived and gradually, 30 sets of laws were born. Apparently, with the help of the mysterious immortal spring in the sky, Lin Ling's cultivation realm had increased, reaching Wusheng's 7th stage realm. And third transformation, Wusheng's benefits were also displayed. Raising a realm, the increase in laws was 3 times that of ordinary people. His own power of laws had reached a total of 800. If he added the tyrannical song sword, that was a total of 1,200 laws. Lin Ling's eyes moved slightly. Sensing the increase in his realm, he was overjoyed. Although he had borrowed the berserk god fruit and berserk armor to control 8,000 laws, but those were after all external objects and could not compare to the increase in his own power. Whereas when he fought Wusheng's 9th stage realm, those strong practitioners had around 1,500 laws. But Lin Ling currently had 1,200 laws, so he was confident that he could fight Wusheng's 9th stage realm easily. Unfortunately, my god and devil tyrannical earth physique has reached its limit, and now I can only develop the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling thought to himself. The Yellow Springs flame's innate talent could still be improved, unlike the fiend god tyrant earth physique. After all, the Yellow Springs flame was one of the 10 great divine flames. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his body and couldn't help but smile. It was as if he had been reborn. His skin was comparable to a baby's, and his bones were as hard as metal. Does this spring water come from the martial god world? Lin Ling looked up and was secretly surprised. A spirit spring that came from the void was indeed extremely rare. Lin Ling took out a blue-white robe and put it on. Then, he carried the tyrannical song sword on his back. This sword was a 2-star spirit formation immortal weapon, and it represented 1/3 of Lin Ling's strength. Berserk armor. Lin Ling looked at the battle armor in the green ring and couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen the power of this battle armor, and it was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, its weakness was also very obvious. Because it sacrificed speed, this type of battle armor could only be used against people stronger than him. Where is this place? Lin Ling collected his thoughts and said indifferently. At this time a cry of surprise came from outside the valley. Lin Ling, you're awake. Haha, you're not dead yet. The sharp voice made Lin Ling dizzy. He looked around and saw that it was the little fatty Zhang Yingjun. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He remembered that before he fainted, an expert suddenly came and decided the entire battle. If he remembered correctly, that expert seemed to be the little fatty's father. It was hard to imagine that this guy with a cheap mouth actually had a good father. No wonder this guy was not afraid of anything. Haha, Lin Ling, you're awake. Why do I feel that you've become more handsome? You're getting closer and closer to my height. The little fatty circled around Lin Ling and said in surprise. Lin Ling laughed and said modestly, how can I compare to you? I'm satisfied with 30% of your handsomeness. Haha, that's true. The little fatty said with a serious face, making Lin Ling speechless. In fact, he didn't understand how those compact features were handsome. Lin Ling. While the two of them were talking, Qin Hu also walked into the valley with a big smile. Lu Susu was next to him. She looked at Lin Ling and finally smiled, but there were tears in her eyes. Lin Ling greeted them one by one, but he was surprised that Lu Susu would appear here. Qin Hu immediately told him about the general situation and finally said, "When you were healing, she waited outside the valley for 3 days and 3 nights. She was afraid of disturbing you, so she didn't dare to enter the valley." Hearing that, Lin Ling immediately looked at Lu Susu in surprise. "What nonsense are you talking about? This guy owes me money. I'm just afraid that he'll die," Lu Susu said with her eyebrows raised. Her coquettish look made Qin Hu's eyes widen. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He wasn't a fool, so he had a guess. Could it be that Lu Susu liked him? He couldn't help but be a little narcissistic. It seemed that every woman he had interacted with for a long time would like him. Was he that charming? What are you thinking about? Look at your perverted look. You must be thinking about something bad. Lu Susu stared at Lin Ling, seeing the smile on Lin Ling's face. She was immediately unhappy. How would I dare? You're the famous hall master Lu. I can only look up to a beauty like you from afar. I even have a crush on you. I don't dare to think about anything else. Lin Ling shrugged. However, Lu Susu cared about him. He still remembered this kindness in his heart. Hearing that, Lu Susu's face turned red, and an inexplicable joy rose in her heart. Then she said, "You're sweet." "Good." At this time, 2 more figures walked into the valley. One of them was a middle-aged man named Fatty. He wore a loose robe and walked with the vigor of a tiger. What was surprising was that on his fat face, his facial features were outwards. For example, his eyes were on his forehead, his mouth was on his chin, and his nose was normal. However, the blank space between his facial features could fit a fist. There was actually such a strange person. Zhang Yingjun. You're jealous of my handsomeness. Good. After the middle-aged man walked in, he immediately said with a smile, "Father, I'm more handsome than you." Good. Zhang Yingjun was all smiles as well. Lin Ling, good. Indeed, like father, like son. Not bad, not bad. You actually used the fountain of youth to increase your strength. As expected, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. I heard from Zhang Yingjun that the 3 of you were very close to each other in the desolate forest. Good. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Yingjun, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling. However, there was surprise in his eyes because he was still alive after eating so many berserk divine fruits. It had to be said that this was a miracle. Lin Ling roughly knew where this place was from Qin Hu. It was the immortal divine kingdom. The middle-aged man was Zhang Yingjun's father, Zhang Shuai, also known as the immortal Buddha King. He was the 2nd prince of the immortal divine kingdom, and his strength had reached the level of an ancient giant. "Senior, thank you for your help." "Thank you." Lin Ling bowed and said. No need to be so polite. You and my son are friends, so you are my friend." Although Zhang Shuai was dignified, he was quite amiable to Lin Ling. While the 2 of them were talking, Zhang Yingjun was holding the other person's hand. This was a woman in her early 20s. She had a head of long golden hair and was extremely beautiful. She was also a first-class beauty, comparable to Lu Susu. The only difference was that this woman had a more noble temperament, as if she was a goddess from heaven. "My wife Jin Yanran." "Yes." Chapter 1969. An unchangeable outcome. Lin Ling immediately returned a smile. Of course, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Yingjun to have a wife and a beautiful woman at that. However, he could vaguely see that although the woman didn't object to Zhang Yingjun calling her wife, in the depths of her eyes, a trace of undetectable disgust leaked out. Thinking about it, Zhang Yingjun's appearance was so strange, and the woman's talent and appearance were first class. The 2 were indeed not compatible. However, Zhang Yingjun's status was obviously not low, so even if the woman disliked him, she didn't dare to say it out loud. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Goodbye." Jin Yanran glanced indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. After bowing to Zhang Shuai, she bid farewell and left. This action was very rude, as if she disdained to be associated with others. Yanran, wait for me. Zhang Yingjun chased after her. It was obvious that he liked Jin Yanran very much. Sigh. Sigh. After the two left, Zhang Shuai sighed softly. Obviously, he could also see that Jin Yanran didn't like his son. This woman is the daughter of a certain minister of the Sun Divine Nation. She is also an existence that everyone in the Sun Divine Nation adored. She married into my immortal divine nation mostly for the sake of her future. Unfortunately, my son is captivated by her. I believe that one day this woman will be willing to live with him. I can't outlast my son, so I can only let them do as they wish. Sigh. Zhang Shuai shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Ling and Qin Hu both frowned, but there was nothing they could say. They could only hope that the woman would be moved by Zhang Yingjun in the end. However, Lin Ling had rich experience. He had a feeling that this kind of marriage was built on benefits. The two of them probably wouldn't have any results because they weren't equal. This time the immortal god nation welcomed a large number of experts from the human world. Among them, there are many geniuses from the human world. Sigh. Zhang Shuai didn't say much about the previous topic. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. It's just luck. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head and replied. This time many experts from your human world have entered, and their strength is not weaker than ours. Right now they are already discussing with the experts from the Immortal Divine Nation, Fire Cloud Empire, and Sun Divine Nation. They are discussing whether or not to open the Devil World's void barrier, and let more Devil race enter the human world. Zhang Shuai continued. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' expressions changed slightly. They knew that the ancient giants had come here to prevent the demon race from obtaining the boundary tablet and completely opening the void. It was said that this boundary plate had existed since the Antiquity Age. It had the power to separate the human realm, the devil realm, and the ghost realm. Even Li Xiaoyao, who came later, increased the size of the boundary plate in the void to seal the powerhouses from different realms. However, if he could obtain the mysterious spirit formation tablet, he would be able to open the various worlds. What was the result? Lin Ling asked with a frown. I don't know yet, but the Sun God Nation clearly supports the demon race. Zhang Shuai shook his head. What? Why did they support the demons? What benefits did it bring them? Qin Hu was surprised. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said lightly, if I'm not wrong, that boundary plate should be able to open the seal of the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Ling to know these secrets. That's right, after the mysterious boundary plate was brought here by the ancient people, it had been kept by the three divine nations. After many years of investigation, they found that the boundary plate could also open the unparalleled Buddha cloud's boundary plate. At that time, these so-called god race could also enter the human realm. The human realm was the biggest stage, and all the major races wanted to enter. However, to open the unparalleled Buddha cloud, they also needed the help of the demon race, so they reached an agreement with each other. It seems that the invasion of the demon race can't be changed. Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that the ancient giants of the human realm had come here for the purpose of failing. At that time, when all the boundary plates were opened, not only the god race, the demon race, but even the ghost race could invade. The human realm would be in chaos. Sai, although I am your friend from the eternal divine nation's point of view, I still hope to open the seal. After all, don't think that the martial artists here are stronger. In reality, we have all reached our limits and are trapped in a bottleneck. Zhang Shuai looked into the distance. In terms of strength, the martial artists of the divine nation were stronger, but in terms of the strongest ancient giants, they were all the same. No one could reach the legendary realm of breaking through the void and stepping into the martial god realm. The martial god realm is the dream of all the major races. After we were abandoned, there was not a moment when we didn't want to return home. Look at the sky, that is the closest place to the martial god realm. Unfortunately, for millions of years, no one has been able to reach the martial god realm from here. Zhang Shuai's face was full of anticipation. The goal of all martial artists was the same, to achieve eternal life and step into the martial god realm. It's not that there is no one, in fact, there was one person who reached the martial god realm from here, but he thought it was a shortcut, so he backed out halfway. Lin Ling also looked at the distant sky and said faintly, "Someone has stepped into the martial god realm." Lin Ling's words were no doubt a bolt from the blue for Zhang Shuai, causing him to look at Lin Ling in surprise. "Li Xiaoyao." Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had come here and reached the martial god realm from here, but he thought the process was too simple, so he opened the sky dome from the mortal world and walked his own path. In the entire mortal world, Li Xiaoyao was probably the only one who had such a heroic spirit. Li Xiaoyao, I've heard of this terrifying character, the first emperor of the mortal world's 4 great eras. Did he succeed? Zhang Shuai's eyes were full of worship. Their immortal divine nation also had records of this matter. He succeeded. Lin Ling replied with a smile, causing Zhang Shuai's face to change dramatically. He was even more envious. The martial god realm is another world, the final destination of martial artists. Unfortunately, it's not as good as imagined. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. Lin Ling said indifferently, "Hehe, so what? At least I can go there." This is a kind of affirmation. On the path of martial arts, isn't it the pursuit of the end? What's there to fear about death? Rather than living a mediocre life, it's better to have a grand battle. Zhang Shuai was not surprised by Lin Ling's words. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the sky, his voice filled with heroism and yearning. Hearing this, Qin Hu nodded. Although the martial god realm was not as beautiful as imagined, the pursuit of martial artists was the end of the martial path, so he would not give up. Lin Ling smiled. He finally understood why everyone wanted to enter the martial god realm. It was because of everyone's martial heart. Alright, let's not talk about these distant things. As for you, I found that you're hiding many secrets because you actually have a 2-star immortal weapon. Amazing. Zhang Shuai withdrew his gaze and smiled at Lin Ling. He had to admit that his son was a lucky man, actually knowing someone like Lin Ling. After all, through their conversation, he found that Lin Ling's knowledge was above his, and he seemed to have to humbly ask for guidance. Chapter 1970. Is this a proposal? He heard from Zhang Yingjun that Lin Ling had used this armor to kill a martial emperor. Such a powerful armor, if one was not surprised, they would not be happy. I forged it. Lin Ling looked at Zhang Shuai and said without hiding anything. Zhang Shuai looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. You forged it? You can forge 2-star immortal weapons. According to Martial God Realm's classification, you are a Black Cloak World Spiritist. The White Cloak World Spiritist in the Nation of God was passed down from generation to generation. He did not expect that the mortal world would also have World Spiritists. You are truly amazing. Zhang Shuai was even more certain that his son had met a noble person. However, he did not ask too much because it was extremely rude to probe other people's secrets. Qin Hu and Lu Susu were at a loss. World Spiritist? What was that? Clearly, the Nation of God was the abandoned people of Martial God Realm. Therefore, they knew about World Spiritists. However, there were not many people in the mortal world who knew about World Spiritists. After talking for a while, Zhang Shuai seemed to value Lin Ling a lot more and invited Lin Ling and the others to eat. Moreover, he personally cooked. It must be said that Zhang Shuai, this ancient big shot, had a very special hobby. In terms of cooking, his skills were outstanding. Wow, Dad is cooking in person. This is extremely rare. I remember that even when Big Uncle wanted Dad to cook, he was also cold and indifferent to him. After Zhang Yingjun returned, he was immediately alarmed. He stared at Lin Ling. He did not understand what happened after he left. He actually made his dad cook. Lin Ling and the others naturally had a good meal. Moreover, during the process, Lin Ling humbly asked for advice. After a lively meal, everyone also left. Night fell. Lin Ling stood alone on the mountain range. A wooden sculpture appeared in his hand. There was a crooked puppet carved on it. Lin Ling looked at the wooden sculpture and a warm smile appeared on his face. He missed Lin Yu and the others. Haha, he's fighting outside, but he's worried about home. Who would have thought that mad god Lin Ling would have such a tender side to him? This is a tiger in the heart, sniffing the roses. At this moment, A chuckle sounded from behind Lin Ling. Lu Susu strode over to Lin Ling's side. Palace Master Lu, don't tease me. Hearing the voice of the beauty behind him, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Did your family give you this wood carving? Lu Susu said curiously. Yes, my son gave it to me. Lin Ling also stared at the wooden carving and nodded. I'm really envious. At least when you're out fighting, there are countless people who are worried about you. But I'm all alone. I'm afraid that even if I died here, no one would know. Lu Susu's beautiful face dimmed. She thought of her master. Perhaps that was her only family. Lin Ling looked at Lu Susu. In his impression, the charming woman was like a strong woman who could solve any problem. But now he realized that Lu Susu also had a timid side. If you don't mind, then come to my place, Lin Ling suddenly said. After he finished speaking, his face turned red. Lu Susu was stunned. Her beautiful eyes became watery. She took a step forward and approached Lin Ling. She let Lin Ling smell a touch of a girl's fragrance, and his heart began to beat violently. Looking at the beauty at such a close distance, he realized that the beauty was extremely attractive. Is this a proposal? You wish. However, at this critical moment, Lu Susu took a step back. Lin Ling was immediately speechless. This female profiteer was teasing him again. But I'll remember what you said before. If I can't get married, I'll come to you. Lu Susu revealed a little girl's appearance. Her white jade-like hands were behind her back. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her pair of plump breasts jumped up and down like a rabbit. If you can't get married, then come to my place. Lin Ling touched his nose and said with a serious expression. Lu Susu had helped him many times, so when he saw Lu Susu's weak appearance, his heart was moved. At least he hoped that if Lu Susu encountered an accident, there would still be people in this world who would care about her. They would avenge her and fight for her. It's a deal. Lu Susu was moved. She smiled and nodded. Right, I have to leave. There are some things I have to do alone. You can stay in the immortal divine kingdom. When I come back, I'll take you back. Lin Ling thought of the matter of finding the stone sculpture. He said, You're going alone? That's too dangerous. After all, there are many people in the demon race, human race, and god race who want to kill you. Not knowing why, when Lu Susu heard that, a sense of worry arose in her heart. This was the first time she was so worried about a man. Don't worry. Those who want to kill me, Lin Ling, can only be martial god realm's top exponents. Lin Ling smiled. But his smile was filled with confidence. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Susu, he set off on his journey once again. His goal this time was the second stone sculpture. Right now, the demon race, god race, and ghost race had entered the human realm. This was something that was set in stone. So Lin Ling wanted to raise his ability, at least to become an emperor. Because once Lin Ling stepped into the realm of martial emperor, then he would definitely be a big shot in the human realm. And based on Lin Ling's current ability, unless Wushang was in 10th stage realm, otherwise very few people would be able to kill him. If he used his trump card, he could even kill Wushang's top exponents. After leaving the immortal kingdom, Lin Ling didn't wear the mask anymore. Because even if he wore it, those who knew him would recognize him. But for those who didn't know him, it was the same whether he wore it or not. He wore a blue robe and headed towards the north. As he moved forward, the words on the astrolabe heavenly armor in his hand became clearer and clearer. Lin Ling wasn't sure what the second stone sculpture contained, but he guessed that it was definitely very important. The fifth city, the busiest city in the nation of God. It was a neutral city among the 8 cities of the nation of God. It didn't have a city lord overseeing it, nor did it have its own backing. But because of this, a large number of strong exponents had gathered in the city. These strong exponents came from the 8 cities of the nation of God. There were even strong exponents from the 3 nations of God. Because this was the biggest trading place in the nation of God. Not only weapons, spirit herbs, pills, and so on, even any information could be bought here. Moreover, the 5th city was even more lively than before. Other than the nation of God's practitioners, there were also the mortal realm and devil race's strong exponents. To them, this place could be said to be heaven, because the treasures that were usually hard to see were all here. It was just that they had to use blue crystals to trade. I heard that the devil race's great devil king has found the sun god nation. They seem to be discussing something. There are ancient giants in the mortal realm who have also found the fire cloud empire. They are also discussing something. The mortal realm's purpose is to prevent the devil race from invading. But in my opinion, the mortal realm is so big. Why should those weak trash humans dominate it? That's right. If only our god race could enter. Some masters from the 3 godly kingdoms were walking along the streets. They were very arrogant, causing many human cultivators to turn cold. Some people were not willing to give up and said to themselves, haha, the so-called god race is actually just a group of cultivators trapped in a secret realm. There is no god, it's just a name they gave themselves. Whoosh! At this moment a blade slashed out. The golden light was extremely bright. Chapter 1971. Geniuses of the 3 realms gathered. The entire street quietened down. Many people saw that the blade actually exploded with 800 laws. Moreover, the blade seemed to be scattered, but it was also very condensed, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Amazing, Wu Shang is only in the 9th stage realm, but he exploded with 800 laws. This person's background is probably not small. The practitioners of the godly kingdom, excluding the giants of the human realm, are generally stronger than us. Many people whispered. Their gazes were fixed on a man in white. This man had long golden hair, and there was a dazzling sun embroidered on the back of his clothes. He seemed to be an expert of the sun god kingdom. Moreover, looking at his age, he was obviously a genius of the god race. Clap, clap, clap. At this time there were slapping sounds and several figures walked out. These people had colorful skin, and some had horns on their heads, and some had wings on their backs. Apparently they were from the demon race. Worthy of being the genius of the god race, Jin Zhengdao. But I wonder how the son of desolation is compared to the human realm Xianditen heroes? One of the young men smiled. His strength was also unfathomable. Who are you? Yes, the man in white said indifferently. I'm the demon race's pink prince. Yes, the young man smiled. In his smile, his mouth revealed devil fangs, which made the man in white come to a realization. Currently, their sun god kingdom's relationship with the demon race was not bad, so he didn't force it. But he said indifferently, Xianditen heroes? Son of desolation? What rubbish! Yes, those are the top geniuses of the human realm. For example, the one over there is the double talisman judge of the Xianditen heroes. It is said that he is going to become a giant in the human realm. As for the son of desolation, even I have to be wary of him. The pink prince smiled indifferently. There are many experts from the human realm who came here this time, but overall, their strength is weaker than the godly kingdom, so their geniuses are also a bunch of trash. In the entire 3 realms, only the god race is number 1. The man in white said disdainfully, Lifeblade, don't be rude. You should know that the one you're talking to is the pink second prince of the 6 great demon kings. At this time a voice with boundless majesty came. In the sky, a gorgeous golden prodigy floated over. There was a sun embroidered on the prodigy's canopy. 4 beautiful women carried the prodigy with golden wheels beneath their feet. They were scorching and dazzling, causing the entire 5th city to become silent. The sun, as a citizen of the nation of God, who didn't know that terrifying being? The proud child landed on the ground. Then a figure walked out. This person was spirited and had long golden hair that was tied behind his head. He seemed to be in high spirits. Golden Feiwu of the 9 Suns Sky was one of the top talents of the nation of God. He was young, but his power was almost at the peak of the nation of God. Apologize to Pink Second Prince, Jin Feiwu said after walking out. Yes. The white-clothed youth called Lifeblade immediately bowed and apologized. He knew that someone who could be valued by 9 Sun Sky God Jin Feiwu was definitely not weak. No need to be so polite. Pink Second Prince smiled and waved his hand. He seemed very polite. Although he was the son of the demons, and the other party claimed to be a top talent of the divine race, in reality, there were no absolute enemies or friends. There were only eternal interests. Currently, the demons and the sun god nation had the same goal, so they were also temporary friends. Of course, if the human realm had the same goal as them, The demons could also become friends with the human realm. My nation of God is getting more and more lively. I heard that the barrier tablet has always been guarding the fifth city. Now that it has been taken away by several ancient giants, the fifth city has lost the suppression of the barrier tablet. That legendary thing is about to appear. At this time, laughter came from a restaurant on the street. Many people's eyes narrowed. There were so many powerful people here, but someone dared to speak here? This courage was very big. In a restaurant on the street, a handsome man was sitting there. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand. There were colorful flames warming the wine. Seeing this, Jin Feiwu immediately laughed. He knew that Pink Second Prince did not know the origin of this person, so he explained, I didn't expect the Fire Cloud Empire's top talent to be here. Could it be that you're here for the legendary thing? Top talent? Another top talent. Could it be that Fire Cloud Unification Master? The people of the nation of God were in an uproar. I came with Undying to take a look. However, this place is still a legend. It's not certain whether it's true or not. However, the barrier tablet has been taken away. Whether this city is hiding something or not, everything will be revealed. The man laughed. Undying? Could it be Undying Evil God? Jin Feiwu's face changed slightly. He did not have a good relationship with Undying Evil God. Most importantly, Undying Evil God was also a top talent. He was half a step into the martial emperor realm. His strength was not weaker than Jin Feiwu's. Such a grand occasion. I guess not only Undying Evil God, but also the last top talent of the nation of God has come early. He's just hiding in the fifth city. After all, in terms of strength, the 4 top talents of the nation of God are not the only ones. The 6 great demon kings of the demon race are also not to be underestimated. For example, the Pink Second Prince beside you. In addition, the 8 great desolates of the mortal world are also here. Boom! As soon as these words fell, the hearts of all the martial artists present roared. The geniuses of the god race, the demon race, and the human race had gathered? If so, the fifth city would undoubtedly be in an uproar. Suddenly, many people looked around. Some of the experts of the mortal world found that in a tea house not far from the street, several figures were sitting there. They were the heavenly martial prowess, mortal fall, and undying prince. The desolates were really here, and they seemed to have seen what happened before. For a moment, the top geniuses of the 3 races were somewhat at loggerheads. Their invisible gazes collided, and intense sparks bloomed. As time passed, the other little demon kings of the demon race also arrived. They were Emojiao, Black Hole, Demon King of Destruction, and Tian Ho. Not only were these experts geniuses, but each of them was also a figure that could shake the 3 realms. However, the geniuses of the 3 races were divided into 3 camps. Although they were hostile to each other, they did not fight. Obviously, they were afraid of each other, so they did not want to be the first to attack. Moreover, their purpose of coming here was naturally for the legendary item. According to the legends, there was a treasure left behind by an ancient expert. As for what it was, no one knew. However, there were records in the history of the nation of God that thousands of years ago, this place was a land of ruins. Moreover, there were laws that permeated the air every day. Everywhere it passed, people were plunged into misery and suffering. Later, the experts of the nation of God used a boundary plate to seal this place, and it gradually became prosperous. After a long time had passed, some powerful martial artists guessed that some treasure had been sealed here. Now the boundary plate was taken away, so all the experts came to see if they could obtain some great fortune. I heard that the desolates have the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. I wonder if it's true? Chapter 1972. The Tao of Life and Death. Li Xiaoyao, of course, was a name that some of the older martial artists knew. He was the #1 sovereign of the 4 great eras of the mortal world. According to the legends, Li Xiaoyao had defeated the demons, ghosts, and even the nation of God. The one called Fallen Mortal, is it? Another voice sounded out, and the geniuses of the 3 races were seated in the taverns, tea houses, and restaurants, watching from a distance of several hundred meters. Everyone also looked towards Huang Sun's side, their gazes landing on a youth. That youth was drinking tea, his expression calm, unmoved. Is he the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? If he recovers his former strength, then the four realms will be united by him again. He's not the strongest right now. Why don't we join forces and kill him? Are you stupid? He is the child of Huang. Apart from giants who can kill him. Moreover, the 6 little demon kings and the 4 great divine talents didn't act blindly without thinking. Naturally, they have some misgivings. Who knows, maybe the ancient giants of the mortal world are paying attention to this place. That's true. The crowd discussed animatedly. There were demons and gods, and naturally there were also humans. The human experts all laughed. Now that Huang's son was here, the demons and gods wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us. But for now, let's wait for the results of those big shots discussions. Evil god of immortality, one of the 4 ultimate talents, said indifferently. At present, whether the humans were friends or foes was still undetermined, so he didn't make a move. I'll be waiting for you. In the distance, Fallen Dust took a sip of tea and said indifferently. As for Tianzong martial god and Prince Xiaoyao, their eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. They were clearly very interested in the top geniuses of the demon and celestial races. I heard that the human realm has the most geniuses, and their potential is also very strong. There is a great chance that they can become the children of desolation. However, I wonder how they compare to the geniuses of our demon race and god race. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was 9 Sons Heavenly Divine Jin Feiwu who spoke. That's right. In the vast human world, it is said that only Li Xiaoyao has been to the martial god realm. Then the human race should be very strong. Che, the overall strength of humanity is generally weaker than the god race. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant? In my opinion, besides the son of famine, everyone else is trash. That's right, trash. Laughter came from both sides of the street. It was the people from the nation of God. Hearing this, some of the human world's martial artists frowned. The divine race's people were very arrogant. As for the son of famine and the others, they acted as if they hadn't heard anything and continued to drink their tea. It was clear that they wouldn't casually attack, because the other side had geniuses from 2 great clans. Once they attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha, the human race is a bunch of hypocrites who bully the weak and fear the strong. My demon race has long experienced this. One of the 6 minor demon kings sneered. This person was 3 meters tall and was clad in armor. His aura was terrifying. He was none other than Mojiao, one of the great commanders of the demon army. He was also the youngest demon monarch. Aren't the demons the same? You only know how to talk big. What was surprising was that the Sons of Desolation and the others were silent, but there were people from the human side who refuted them. This made many humans excited. Looking over, it turned out that there was another camp among the geniuses of the 3 clans. It was the camp of the Xiandi-Ten heroes. One had to say that the Xiandi-Ten heroes had a backbone. That's the double talisman judge. Someone was surprised. The double talisman judge had the cultivation of the 9th realm of Wushang. He was ranked 3rd among the Xiandi-Ten heroes. You want to show off? Impudent. Lifeblade, go and teach him a lesson. Seeing the double talisman judge speak, 9 Sons God Jin Feiwu said indifferently. To him, only the Sons of Desolation could make him afraid. The other human world's geniuses were just trash. The white-clothed youth immediately walked out, and a large golden saber appeared in his right hand. With a shake of his hand, the saber actually grew to 5 meters long with a bang. He walked out with the large saber on his shoulder, and the entire street was shaken. What a terrifying aura! The people from the 3 clans were shocked. The godly kingdom was indeed full of strong people. The one in front of them was only below the 4 absolute geniuses, but he was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how strong the 4 absolute geniuses were. The ancient giants are discussing the result, so I'll give them face. I won't kill you today, but you better come out and apologize. Lifeblade stopped and looked at the restaurant indifferently. The Xiandi-Ten heroes frowned. They could feel that Lifeblade was very strong, and his laws were probably more than 1,000. Your talent is only at the 2nd grade of the divine realm. You're not my match. I refuse this battle. The double talisman judge looked at him and said indifferently, Haha. Are all humans this arrogant? Lifeblade smiled and raised his right hand, slashing down with his great blade. With a rumbling sound, the restaurant where the double talisman magistrate was located was split into two. Moreover, the wine cup in his hand cracked, spilling wine all over his body. This caused him to angrily glare at his opponent. This was going too far. Haha, what's your name? The Zenith heroes. I think it's a bear as in a bear, haha. Lifeblade carried his blade and slowly walked over. Loud laughter came from the street. Many humans secretly clenched their fists. This guy was too arrogant. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he didn't, he would just humiliate them. They couldn't help but look at the Child of Wilds in the distance, hoping that he would stand up for them. However, Tianzong and the others thought that their status was higher, so they didn't say anything. It was disappointing. Wait, did I say you could leave? At this moment, the double talisman judge walked out. Clearly, he couldn't take this lying down. That's right. We're all at the same level, and you're more talented than me. Let's see who's stronger. Lifeblade also stopped and waved his blade. The universe is boundless. The heaven stem and the earth branch all have their own fate. I am the master of fate. Bingding Chou blade. He didn't waste time and slashed out. 9 tranquil hell, good and evil will be rewarded. I am the judge. My left hand lives, my right hand dies. The double talisman judge didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He also erupted with terrifying law power. He held a talisman in each hand, representing life and death. Yang realm in realm ghost mortal. As soon as the 2 talismans appeared, it was as if the door to life and death had been opened. Ghostly winds blew, but there was also a vast amount of life force within. It clashed with Lifeblade's blade. Rumble. The 2 powerhouses clashed, shaking the entire street. One specializes in fate, the other in the Tao of life and death. Both are the laws of heaven and earth. But the double talisman judge's talent is stronger. He won't lose. That's not necessarily true. Lifeblade of the godly kingdom is no pushover. All around the street, the martial artists of various races were amazed by these rising stars. They were almost at the level of the giants of the 3 races. You have some skills. Unfortunately, your talent is the door of life and death. It won't affect me because I'm in charge of life. The terrifying life and death chi attacked, but Lifeblade was unmoved. He stepped forward and disappeared on the spot. He appeared above the double talisman judge's head and slashed down with his 5-meter-long blade. Chapter 1973. Calamity. Rumble. The terrifying power of laws exploded, reaching over 1,200. Moreover, these laws were not only numerous, they were also extremely powerful. Ordinary 9th-degree realm experts like Wu Shang were absolutely not his match. One must know that in a battle, not only did the number of laws matter, it also depended on the strength of the laws. Law soaring heaven talisman. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. He raised his talismans and the gate of life and death started to open, forming the cycle of life and death. However, after clashing with the large blade in the sky, he discovered that his talismans melted like tofu. There's something strange about your saber. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. His body was killed in one slash, but he quickly appeared on the other side. It was his doppelganger. That's right, mine is a 1-star immortal weapon. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, stronger innate talent does not represent everything. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Lifeblade followed closely and shouted, "Divine mandate heavenly dance." With one slash, 1,500 laws actually exploded. It was the law of life. This kind of law was extremely strange and tyrannical. It could change the heavens and defy fate. Bang bang bang. The double talisman magistrate kept retreating. The life and death talisman in his hand also scattered. He discovered that his innate talent was ineffective against Lifeblade. Lifeblade borrowed the large blade and had more laws than him. Apologize. With the final slash, the life and death talisman in the double talisman magistrate's hand shattered. A blade hung on his neck, causing the double talisman magistrate to be at a loss. He lost. Xianditin Heroes was ranked 3rd, but he still lost. I will not apologize. The double talisman magistrate frowned and said. There were many humans watching, so he could not lose face for the human world. Then you will be crippled from now on. Lifeblade waved his blade and laws exploded, shattering the double talisman magistrate's dantian and turning him into a cripple. Lifeblade stepped on the double talisman magistrate's chest and looked at the remaining members of the Xian 10 heroes with a proud gaze. Finally, his gaze landed on Long Yinfeng. You are the strongest among them. Come if you don't come. He will forever be stepped on by me. Long Yinfeng's gaze flickered. In reality, he really did want to go up because this was an opportunity for the three clans to become famous. However, he soon realized that Lifeblade's blade was very powerful and could defy the heavens and change fate. He only had a 50% chance of winning, and if he lost, his fate would be the same as the double talisman magistrate. None of the geniuses from the nation of God were weak. Everyone is looking at Long Yinfeng expectantly. The latter is the third dragon ancestor of the Xinyuan clan. He should be able to win glory for the human race. However, Long Yinfeng pondered for a moment and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the crowd sighed softly. Xiandi was the number one of the 10 heroes, yet he didn't dare to fight. How embarrassing. Everyone looked at the double talisman magistrate again, and could not help but secretly admire him. This was a martial artist of our generation. Even if he was crippled, he would not fear a battle. Soon after, they looked at the Son of Desolation's side and saw that the three top geniuses of the human world were also silent. Everyone's expression became even more gloomy. Haha, Xiandi's 10 bears? More like a coward. Like I said, the human world is full of people with undeserved reputation. They only know how to be hypocritical and shameless. Such trash actually wants to monopolize the human world. They are simply looking down on themselves. Trash? A large amount of laughter came from the side of the devil and god race. This made Long Yinfeng feel extremely embarrassed. He felt that he was very unlucky. Why did Lifeblade take a fancy to him, causing him to not dare to go up? And if he did not go up, he would lose face. Wait, you want to fight? That person over there is the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. His status is higher, you can try with him. Suddenly, Long Yinfeng sneered and made everyone look at the street far away. They saw outside a restaurant, a blue-robed youth was leaning against the wall, drinking wine with his eyes slightly closed, as if he did not care about everything that was happening around him. Lin Ling? Looking at that handsome youth, many people's hearts were pounding. Currently, in the three realms, there were many people who had heard of Lin Ling's name. Devil race, human race, they had already heard of him. As for the god race, it was because of the astronomical bounty. This person is Lin Ling who killed my third brother? On the other side, Pink's second prince's expression was cold. He did not expect that after the astronomical bounty, Lin Ling was actually not dead and even dared to come here. As for Prince Xiaoyao and Martial God, their eyes flickered. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. The four absolute geniuses of the godly kingdom looked at Lin Ling with great interest. They were puzzled as to why Lin Ling could become the Son of Desolation even though his realm was not high. Another Son of Desolation? You are not with Fallen Dust and the rest, so you are probably not in the same camp. However, you seem to be only at the 7th layer of Wushang. You can be called a Son of Desolation with such strength? This was the first time Lifeblade saw Lin Ling, so he was a little surprised. Could it be that the title of Son of Desolation was randomly given? Some trash could also become a Son of Desolation? Come and fight me. Lifeblade raised the blade in his hand and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. The crowd was also looking forward to it. The devil race and the god race also wanted to see the strength of Son of Desolation Lin Ling. As for Long Yinfeng, he sneered. He had succeeded in causing trouble. At least he was not the only one being scolded. Moreover, if Lin Ling lost, he would be scolded even more. Come and fight me, trash. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Lifeblade angrily shouted again. Not interested. The youth in the distance was Lin Ling. He continued to drink and indifferently said. He came here to find the statue, but the astrolabe heavenly armor indicated that the statue was in this city, so he was forced to stay in the city. Moreover, he was also forced to see the confrontation between the top geniuses of the three realms. However, He did not feel any pressure regarding this. Although his strength did not reach the level of a son of desolation, it was not difficult for him to sweep through the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Moreover, he had the Berserk God Fruit and the Berserk Armor, so even if a son of desolation wanted to kill him, it would not be easy. Not interested. Or you don't dare. Lifeblade was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He never thought that as a son of desolation, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight him. His foot was still on the double talisman judge's chest, and he ruthlessly rubbed his foot a few times. This guy is the only one in the human race with backbone. Unfortunately, he is now under my foot, heavily humiliated. Don't you plan to do anything? He was obviously provoking Lin Ling to fight. Because Wu Shang was only at the 7th realm, he did not put him in his eyes. Lin Ling glanced at the double talisman judge indifferently and continued to drink. He as expected trash. Are the human race a bunch of cowards? What a disgrace. Seeing this, everyone laughed even more. This Lin Ling was somewhat undeserving of his reputation. Among the human race, everyone's face was gloomy. Even Mad God Lin Ling did not dare to be arrogant. This showed that the God race's geniuses were indeed terrifying. However, they didn't blame Lin Ling because at least Lin Ling spoke. He was better than those children of desolation because they didn't even speak. They didn't care about the other humans at all. Lin Ling, come out and fight him. At this time, Long Yinfeng suddenly said. If Lin Ling did not fight, he would become the focus again. He did not want to be scolded. Chapter 1974. Must fight, why should I listen to you? Lin Ling said with a smile. They are humiliating the human race, how can we not fight? I am one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi, so I order you to fight. Long Yinfeng stood up and shouted angrily as if he was blaming Lin Ling for losing face for the human race. Order me? Who do you think you are? You are only the leader of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Lin Ling shook his head. At least my cultivation is higher than yours, and I became famous earlier than you in the human world. Is this enough? Long Yinfeng's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Ling refuted him in front of the 3 clans. Could it be that Lin Ling thought that he would be able to sweep through the 10 heroes just because he became famous in the Dharma River? Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so why don't you fight? You should know that others challenged you first, but you put the blame on me. Do you want me to fight for you? Also, your face is really thick. I am the son of Huang, and you are only one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you can order me around with this identity? In my eyes, you are just trash. Lin Ling sneered. His words were like pearls. Long Yinfeng's expression froze. He couldn't refute. He admitted that he was stronger than Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's identity was indeed higher than his. Long Yinfeng, so shameful. You only know how to bully your own people, but you are as low-key as a dog in front of foreign experts. No, calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. Many humans also shouted. Long Yinfeng himself didn't dare to fight, but he actually had the cheek to ask Lin Ling to fight. He obviously didn't want to lose face, and wanted everyone to ridicule Lin Ling instead of him. Trash. You're stronger than Lin Ling, but you don't dare to fight. You're even silent in front of a God race genius. You're a disgrace to the entire human race. At least Lin Ling dares to retort. Disdainful voices drifted out, causing Long Yinfeng's complexion to become extremely unsightly. His illustrious reputation was completely destroyed. Haha, both of you are afraid of me, so you're avoiding me? Lifeblade couldn't help but laugh while watching the human geniuses fight among themselves. Both of them didn't dare to fight. This was undoubtedly a great boost to his reputation. However, this matter wasn't over yet, because if he could stomp on the child of desolation, then that would be the most satisfying thing. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from afar. Several figures walked over quickly with surprised expressions on their faces. The leader was a woman in a black dress. She had a noble and mysterious aura, giving people the feeling of darkness. But what was surprising was that she also had the pure feeling of the sea. The combination of these 2 mysterious powers made her even more attractive. As for the people behind her, They were dressed strangely, but they were all excited when they saw Lin Ling. Sir. Among them, a tall and sturdy man knelt down before Lin Ling with one knee. It's you guys. Lin Ling also looked at them in astonishment. These people were the geniuses of the 18 islands of the spirit race. The kneeling man was Tai Yan, and the black-dressed woman was the Black Feather Princess. Back then on True Spirit Island, in order to meet Taoists came, Lin Ling had fought against them. However, it seemed that their strength had increased, and their cultivation was even higher than Lin Ling's. It really is you. The Black Feather Princess excitedly looked at Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling removing her seal, she definitely wouldn't have reached this height, and Tai Yan was the same. Why are you guys here? Lin Ling curiously asked. We followed the Spirit Crown Prince and the Spirit Guardian here. They are both children of desolation. The Black Feather Princess smiled with an extremely gentle appearance, causing the spirit race youth behind her to be astonished. In their impression, the little princess was the most indifferent, but they didn't expect her to reveal such a feminine side. Children of desolation? Lin Ling was stunned. Currently, he knew that the children of desolation were heaven-warping divine martial, son of heaven carefree, and mortal dust. He didn't expect the spirit race to have two as well. Including himself, Lin Ling, there were only 2 children of desolation that he hadn't seen before. Not bad woman tsk, not bad at all. Son of Huang Lin Ling, is this your woman? Bring her here, then you and I will fight, and I will forgive you. Seeing the Black Feather Princess, Lifeblade's eyes lit up. That woman was not bad. The voice interrupted Lin Ling's conversation. The Black Feather Princess and the others were stunned. That person wanted their spirit race's little princess? Who do you think you are? Tai Yan walked out with a cold expression. I saw you kneeling in front of Lin Ling before. You should be under Lin Ling, but your master doesn't dare to speak. What qualifications do you have to speak? Get lost. Lifeblade said disdainfully. His gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling. Did you not hear my words? Bring her here. His voice carried a thick majesty. He was deliberately ordering Lin Ling in front of the 3 races. Moreover, there were now 4 races because of the addition of the spirit race. As for facing Lin Ling, he didn't care at all because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight him. Around the street, many people sneered. Lin Ling was about to lose face. He couldn't even protect his own woman. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The Black Feather Princess feathers fluttered, appearing even more mysterious. Clearly, she wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate her benefactor. Haha, relying on a woman to protect him. This is the human race's child of desolation? I think he relied on a woman to become a child of desolation. Lifeblade laughed loudly. The god race also laughed loudly. Relying on a woman to become a child of desolation? Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't know where Lifeblade's confidence and leisure came from. He actually dared to challenge him in front of the geniuses of the other races. Now that the situation had developed to this point, even if Lin Ling was too lazy to fight, it was clearly impossible because he couldn't let the Black Feather Princess and the others be implicated. My time is limited, so let's settle this in one move. Block my blade and you win. Lin Ling finally walked out, causing the laughter to instantly disappear. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, but soon, their laughter became even louder. This was because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight before. Now he didn't want to lose face in front of a beauty, so he fought to the death. Many humans shook their heads. They also had the same thought. Haha, do you think you won't lose face if you agree to fight now? Perhaps it will be even more embarrassing. Lifeblade indifferently said. He felt that Lin Ling's choice was very foolish. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was expressionless. He walked step by step towards Lifeblade and said, I didn't fight before because I didn't want to fight for someone, especially that hypocrite. The moment his words fell, many people looked at Long Yinfeng. So it turned out that Lin Ling didn't fight because he didn't want to fight for Long Yinfeng. As for the double talisman magistrate, he is indeed a man, but I don't like to fight for the dignity of others because he lost. If I defeat his opponent for him, it would be a humiliation to him. Also, his opponent must be defeated by himself. Lin Ling spoke again, but this time, his words caused the entire street to become silent. Could this be the reason why Lin Ling didn't fight before? As for the double talisman magistrate on the ground, he became excited. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. He was a martial artist, a man, and a member of the Xian 10 heroes. He lost. He didn't like others fighting for him because it was indeed a humiliation to him. Chapter 1975. He had no self-awareness. Lin Ling, I admire you today. The double talisman judge roared angrily. Although his dantian had been destroyed, his fighting spirit had not been extinguished. At worst, he would cultivate bitterly for 1,000 years and fight again. As a man, it doesn't matter if he loses, but he must not lose his fighting spirit. I believe you can rise. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the double talisman magistrate with a faint smile, which made many humans secretly admire him. The double talisman magistrate was indeed an arrogant martial artist, even better than Lin Ling. Soon after, they all looked at Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling did not want to fight, that was for a reason, but now he had agreed to fight. But was he a match for Lifeblade? Lifeblade's strength was obvious to all. Even Xian Di, the number one of the 10 heroes, didn't dare to fight him. This meant that his strength was already half a step into the ranks of the Children of Desolation. Although Lin Ling's talent was strong, his cultivation time was too short. Very good. Fighting for the sake of your confidant is a very good reason. However, there is a price to pay for playing the hero. Lifeblade sneered. If Lin Ling could fight, then that would satisfy him. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, he knew that Lin Ling's strength wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't just him, but even Son of Famine and the others were sneering. There wasn't much time left until the end of the spiritual river, so there was no way Lin Ling's strength would increase so much and surpass the Xian 10 heroes. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Ling was definitely going to lose face. It was even possible that he would be crippled. Divine will heavenly dance. A powerful power of laws erupted. A vortex appeared around the Lifeblade. It was a vortex of fate. It was extremely shocking. Before the law of fate erupted, it immediately touched Lin Ling like countless tentacles, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Such a strange talent seemed to be able to change the heavens and the fate of others. It seemed like the godly kingdom was also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere genius already had this kind of talent. What about the 4 absolute geniuses? However, this law of fate could affect others, but it clearly couldn't affect Lin Ling because no one could control Lin Ling's life. The reason was that he was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. But at this moment, Lifeblade had condensed all the laws into his saber, causing it to become even more dazzling. He had actually erupted with 1,500 laws. What was surprising was that even though Lifeblade was facing Lin Ling, who had a lower cultivation, he had used all his cards from the very beginning. And even Lin. His reputation would soar if word got out that the Desolation's son was crippled by him. You said before that you didn't want to waste time, so you wanted to defeat me in one move. Now let's see if I can defeat you in one move. Or if you can defeat me in one move. Lifeblade said coldly as he held his terrifying blade. Lin Ling definitely couldn't block his blade. Lin Ling was still calm. His blue and white robe was as pure as the sky. He knew that Lifeblade's cultivation was at the 9th layer of Wushang. He had killed people at this level before, but this was his first time using his own strength. However, Lifeblade's talent was weaker than his. It was only that blade that was powerful. It wasn't worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't say much. His body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. The illusion of the godly demon body appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the ground to crack. It was as if he was standing in front of a giant beast. Physical strength? Trash talent. Lifeblade said indifferently. He didn't care about that talent at all. As for Lin Ling's hand, he slowly reached behind him and pulled out the tyrannical song sword. The moment he pulled out the sword, space exploded and the entire street shook. The shattered void around Lin Ling formed a scene that resembled a pool of lightning. What sword is that? What a powerful power of law. The expressions of the warriors changed drastically. They felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling, the Desolation's son, didn't have an undeserved reputation. Lifeblade's expression also changed slightly, but he still shook his head. No matter how strange Lin Ling's sword was, he was definitely no match for Lifeblade. After all, Lifeblade was the leader of the Sun God Nation, and the only genius below the 4 ultimate geniuses. You can't defeat me by relying on external objects. Lifeblade said softly. Seeing that Lin Ling was still ignoring him, he didn't choose to wait any longer. The 5-meter-long giant blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. It formed a storm as if it was going to cut the street in half. 1,500 points of power of law suddenly burst out. The giant blade was like a pillar that supported the sky. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, which made many people frown. Lin Ling still hadn't pulled out his sword? Almost as soon as they thought of this, Lin Ling's sword finally appeared. 1,200 points of power of law slashed out. In addition to the power of the godly demon body, it was a 3rd-grade divine rank talent. This sword was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Lifeblade's eyes narrowed. When Lin Ling didn't pull out his sword, he felt that it was just so. But when he pulled out his sword, it was the most terrifying sword he had ever seen in his life. It made his heart tremble. There were even voices that came out. How could a guy like Wu Sheng, who was only in the 7th stage, have such a sword? Clang! Under countless gazes, Lifeblade's blade collided with Lin Ling's sword and immediately shattered into pieces. Compared to Lin Ling's immortal weapon, his blade was too tender. Then, the space law cut through Lifeblade, cutting his clothes into pieces and cutting his dantian. Finally, a sword hung on Lifeblade's neck. This sword shocked the 3 realms. Everyone's expression changed. The god race was shocked that Lin Ling's realm was lower than Lifeblade's, but he defeated him with 1 sword. One had to know that Lifeblade was a genius of the Sun God Nation. The demon race and human race were shocked that Lin Ling was even stronger than last time. This sword also told the 3 realms that he, Lin Ling, had already surpassed the so-called Xiandi-10 heroes. He was now the true son of Huang, especially Long Yinfeng, Tianzong Divine Marshal, and the others. At this moment their expressions were ugly. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely grow, but they didn't expect that it would take such a short time. Without a doubt, after this earth-shattering battle, Lin Ling had stepped into the eyes of the 3 realms' geniuses. You want to fight me with your current appearance? Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the silence. Lifeblade's face was pale and even twisted. It was extremely humiliating. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling didn't want to fight earlier. Sure enough, he was not interested. You crippled me. Lifeblade gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence. He was very unwilling. If you're not convinced, then you can cripple me. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked towards Lifeblade. His calm appearance caused Lifeblade's body to tremble. When you cripple others, do you not think about their unwillingness? Lin Ling's right hand reached out and grabbed Lifeblade's neck, then fiercely slammed him to the ground. After a boom, Lin Ling's foot stomped on Lifeblade's body. You should be lucky. If it wasn't for the Dual Talisman Magistrate, you would be dead right now. I left you alive for the Dual Talisman Magistrate. His voice drifted out, shocking everyone. In the distance, the Dual Talisman Magistrate clenched his fists tightly, but he smiled. Lifeblade was also a cripple like him. Then everyone would start at the same time and see who was stronger. Lin Ling's foot was still on Lifeblade's body as he lightly said, "Martial artists from the nation of God, are they all so ignorant?" His voice drifted out again, causing everyone's hearts to rumble. The martial artists from the nation of God who were clamoring earlier all went silent. Meanwhile, the humans fiercely clenched their fists in excitement. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling, when no one dared to fight, he was still arrogant to the end. Long Yinfeng, get the hell out here. Chapter 1976. Pink Prince Long Yinfeng's complexion changed as he braced himself and said, "Why should I listen to your orders? In terms of status, you are inferior to me. In terms of strength, you are also inferior to me. Then, according to your previous rules, shouldn't you listen to my orders?" Lin Ling looked straight at him and said. In the beginning, he was waiting for the second stone sculpture to appear, so he was too lazy to fight. However, Long Yinfeng had forced him to fight. Since he had to fight, Lin Ling would not leave the matter at that. "Long Yinfeng, get out. Lin Ling is calling for you. You trash coward, why are you still hiding?" Lin Ling has already defeated the opponent that you don't dare to fight. Don't you feel that you are losing face? On the side of the human race, many people angrily shouted. They had long found the pretentious Long Yinfeng to be an eyesore. Fine, I will come out. Long Yinfeng's face darkened as he walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently as he pointed at an expert of the demon race and said, "Go fight him." "What, you are ordering my war demon clan? I refuse." Long Yinfeng did not expect Lin Ling to make such a request. "Trash, you are simply throwing away the face of the human race." Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold as he heavily swung his palm, teaching Long Yinfeng a lesson in front of the three races. It was as if the head of the Zenith heroes was under his command. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resounded. It was painful on Long Yinfeng's face, but it pierced his heart. His eyes were red as he raised his head to stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to slap his face? Withdraw your gaze, otherwise I don't mind cleaning up the scum of the human race. If you are not convinced, fight. Lin Ling's gaze was filled with battle intent as he stared at Long Yinfeng. Long Yinfeng held his cheek and lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling's eyes again. His body was trembling. Lin Ling actually gave him a slap. Moreover, it was a direct slap in front of so many people. Where would he put his face now? However, when he was about to resist, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling might be waiting for him to resist and even use this opportunity to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak. He never thought that the price of framing Lin Ling would be so great. Of course, this was because he underestimated Lin Ling's strength. He thought that he was still stronger than Lin Ling, causing him to offend the wrong person. "Let's fight!" Lin Ling shouted again. "Long Yinfeng, go and fight. Fight like a man." Sneakily hiding behind others and plotting against them, what kind of ability is that? On the human side, many people followed suit and shouted, I was wrong, I don't dare to fight." Long Yinfeng simply did not dare to challenge the demon race, and he also could not refuse, so he begged for forgiveness. Trash. Not only the humans but even the demon race and the celestial race laughed mockingly. The head of the Zenith heroes was actually so shameful. This head position, it was better not to be. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Ling sneered and directly gave Long Yinfeng 3 slaps. Get lost. He naturally knew that Long Yinfeng hated him to the bone, and Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who were hostile to Lin Ling. However, the experts of the 3 races were present, so Lin Ling did not kill Long Yinfeng. Of course, the main reason was that Long Yinfeng was like an ant to him, and could be killed at any time. After the 3 slaps, Long Yinfeng's face burned with pain. He gritted his teeth and left step by step under the mocking gazes. At this moment, even the other members of the Zenith heroes were extremely disdainful of him. Long Yinfeng did not dare to fight and shifted the blame to Lin Ling. They were already disdainful of him. However, at that time, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight, so they had nothing to say and did not angrily curse Long Yinfeng. However, the result was that Lin Ling was not afraid to fight, and won beautifully. Then what qualifications did Long Yinfeng have to speak? Slapping his face, how could he resist? Not bad strength, Mad God Lin Ling is among the children of desolation. His cultivation time is the shortest, but his rise is the fastest. In the hearts of us demons, Lin Ling is the true genius. At this time a laughing voice was heard. Everyone looked over and discovered that the speaker was Pink Prince, and his words undoubtedly made the faces of Prince Xiao Yao and the others unsightly. Because in the hearts of the demons, Lin Ling was the one who was valued. They were actually behind Lin Ling. Did this mean that they were not as good as Lin Ling? Lin Ling also looked at Pink Prince. This was the first time he saw this person. However, in reality, it was also the first time Pink Prince saw Lin Ling in person. Wu Shang is a 7th stage realm, a 3rd-grade god-rank talent. With the help of the sword in his hand, he can erupt with 1,200 laws. Although it is slightly less than Lifeblade's laws, the power of the laws is stronger. After all, Lifeblade's talent is lower than yours. Pink Prince said again. This made many people puzzled as to what Pink Prince was trying to say. Wu Shang is already like this when he is a 7th stage realm. What if Wu Shang is a 10th stage realm? Pink Prince finally said something. Everyone's eyes flickered. They finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. In an instant, the gods and demons' geniuses had murderous intent in their hearts. It was better to strangle such a monstrous genius in the cradle. In their hearts, Lin Ling was only inferior to Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, fallen dust. The degree of dread he caused was ranked second. My lord, he only relied on that sword to win against me. At this time, Life Blade on the ground said unwillingly. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Didn't you also rely on that blade to defeat the double talisman magistrate? Moreover, you must know that he is 2 stages lower than you. What was surprising was that Pink Prince actually spoke up for Lin Ling. His words were like a slap to Life Blade's face, making him unable to refute. I am very interested in the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. So, how about we exchange a move? The current Lin Ling's strength has been recognized. He is the true Son of Desolation. I believe your Excellency Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do so, Pink Prince said again, finally revealing his motive. Hearing this, the 4 gods' race geniuses sneered. If there was a chance, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't have a huge grudge with them, so they didn't make a move. But they didn't expect Pink Prince to actually make a move. However, they believed that Lin Ling wouldn't exchange that move. Pink Prince was the devil race's little devil king, and his strength was comparable to a Son of Desolation. He wasn't a waste like Life Blade. Although Lin Ling was a Son of Desolation, but his cultivation realm was too low, and this was his weakness. So if he wanted to exchange a move with Pink Prince, unless he was an idiot, otherwise he would absolutely not agree to it. Lin Ling directly shook his head. You are at the peak of Wushang realm and a genius of the devil race, whereas I am only at the 7th stage realm of Wushang. Do you think there is any meaning in this exchange? He was confident that he would surpass all the Sons of Desolation. But rice must be eaten bite by bite. Currently he had surpassed the Xiandi-10 heroes and this progress was extremely terrifying. But he had not reached the level where he could sweep away Pink Prince. Haha, indeed there is no meaning. But I believe you will accept the challenge. Because I am Pink Prince and also the person who wants to arrest you. Pink Prince laughed as he walked out step by step. It is rumored that Mad God Lin Ling cannot be bullied. He is lawless and when he is rash, he doesn't even fear the heavens. Now that you have met someone who wants to kill you, you shouldn't be able to endure silently, right? So it's you. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. From the moment you killed Pink Third Prince, you Lin Ling have become my enemy. Pink Prince kept his smile and revealed his demonic nature. Do you dare to exchange pointers? Chapter 1977. A one-move spar. All the humans had a serious expression. Lin Ling couldn't go, or his life would be in danger. As for Tianzong and the others, they sneered. Lin Ling wanted to represent the human race, but he was obviously a thorn in their side. This Lin Ling was still too inexperienced. Ignore him. If you don't fight, will he dare to force his way in? The Black Feather Princess walked over. She also knew how terrifying Pink Prince was. He was comparable to the son of Famine of the spirit race. No one wanted Lin Ling to fight, but they didn't know that Lin Ling would definitely lose in a one-move spar. Moreover, Pink Prince had already revealed his killing intent. Lin Ling wouldn't be bullied by others. His personality was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. He hated it when others were high above him. A one-move spar. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling slowly walked forward. His firm voice shook the street. The geniuses of the godly nation were all shocked. The son of Famine and the others were also stunned. Even the experts of the 3 races sucked in a cold breath. Pink Prince's strength was without a doubt. He was probably invincible in the realm of Wushang. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. But Lin Ling actually agreed? This one-move spar was probably an unprecedented battle among the younger generation of the 3 races. Haha, you're bold. Pink Prince laughed boldly. He wasn't surprised that Lin Ling agreed. If Lin Ling was humble, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling. Prince, let me. A burly demon said from the side of the demon race. This person had a body of white bones that were as hard as armor. He was the powerful Tian Ho. No need. Let me do it. Pink Prince shook his head and stared at Lin Ling. His killing intent grew thicker. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with his own hands. Lin Ling, be careful. His voice floated out. It seemed like a warning, but he didn't show any mercy. Pink calamity. Boom. Boundless red demonic fog drifted out and formed a tide. It transformed into a terrifying punch that blasted toward Lin Ling. In that instant, the entire fifth city shook. The houses collapsed and tumbled in the sky like straw. One had to know that the spiritual energies in the unparalleled stupa cloud were much richer. Therefore, the attacks of human realm experts did not cause much of a stir. However, Pink Prince was able to cause such a stir. This meant that his strength was terrifying. He overestimated himself. He actually dared to take a punch from Pink Prince. When Pink Prince became famous, this Lin Ling was probably still in his mother's womb. The geniuses from the nation of God said coldly. They could already see the result of this battle. Furthermore, they knew that Pink Prince did not use his full strength because he did not need to use his full strength against Lin Ling. Fallen Dust and the others also shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to casually fight Pink Prince, so they didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Lin Ling, be careful. Compared to their schadenfreude, the geniuses from the spirit race and the human race shouted anxiously. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. He could see that the punch had exploded with the power of 4,000 laws. This was obviously not Pink Prince's full strength. He did not even use his innate talent. However, it was enough to kill any 7th or 9th stage wushang. However, Pink Prince did not use his full strength. Wasn't he underestimating Lin Ling too much? 4,000 laws. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, have never fought before? Lin Ling's pupils were burning with flames. He wanted to see how impressive Pink Prince was. I'm sure that you have never fought before. 4,000 laws is something that you can only look up to. Hearing this, Pink Prince shouted coldly. His words were filled with contempt. You can talk nonsense after this move. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered and the yellow spring's flame spread out. This time he did not use his sword. Instead, he chose to use his fire martial arts. Another third-grade god ranked innate talent. Evil God Undying, 9-Sun Sky God Jin Feiwu, and the others' expressions changed. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be a double innate talent. His potential is more terrifying than expected. It's a pity that he hasn't grown. Evil God Undying paid more attention to Lin Ling rumble. White flames soared into the sky and burned vigorously. What was surprising was that no one could sense the scorching aura. Instead, they felt a little cold. This made the godly kingdom's geniuses shocked again. That was not an ordinary flame. Could be upgraded. This meant that Lin Ling's innate talent was definitely not third-grade god ranked. Heaven and earth divine flame. Someone exclaimed, making the surroundings even quieter. The devil race and god race's experts wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Fortunately, Pink Prince was here. He would definitely succeed. Rumble. The white flames burned the ground, causing no one to see Lin Ling's figure. When Pink Prince's fist arrived, the white flames began to shrink and turned into a huge flame wheel. It collided fiercely with the surging fist. There was actually a fist hidden in the flame wheel. Seeing this, everyone held their breaths. They were not willing to miss a single scene. Yellow Spring's flame? Unfortunately, it's too weak. Pink Prince's disdainful voice floated out. Boom! Finally, the two forces collided. The red and white energies intertwined. All the buildings in the fifth city were turned into dust. Is that all you've got? Pink Prince looked down from above. He could sense that Lin Ling's attack was very weak. Rumble. As soon as his words fell, the red devil mist fist pressed down on Lin Ling. You're just SOSO. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Although he was retreating, the reincarnation flame was getting bigger and bigger. The law erupted. 1,000. 1,500. 2,000. Gradually, it reached 2,500. He's only Wushang's 7th stage. How can he erupt with so many laws? Exclamation point. That terrifying law energy made countless people gasp. It was as though they had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation. They didn't know that Lin Ling had already swallowed all the berserk divine fruits. How could his law be weak? The sudden surge of energy made Pink Prince's expression turn ugly. He didn't know why Lin Ling was able to erupt with the law instantly. But to him it was just so. This is your full strength? His fist was like a demon from the devil realm. Demonic chi surged. Boom! Finally, that fist hit Lin Ling's chest fiercely, causing the entire city to fall into silence. Was he dead? No matter if it was the Devil Clan, God Clan, or even the Human Clan, this thought floated in their minds. In actual fact, Lin Ling had hidden his strength very deeply. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Ling defeating Lifeblade was his limit. Even so, everyone was still shocked at Lin Ling's potential. But who knew that when Lin Ling and Pink Prince clashed head-on, he was still able to erupt with the law energy. This meant that Lifeblade had a huge gap to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a demon, but his cultivation realm was still too low and his cultivation time was too short. So no matter how dazzling he was, he couldn't block Pink Prince. As time passed, two figures gradually appeared on the street. One maintained the state of punching out while the other was hit. 2,500 law energy. Not bad. Unfortunately, in terms of playing style, you're still inferior to me. Pink Prince spat out a sentence indifferently as he looked in front. In his imagination, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be crippled. I've said it before. I've only used 4,000 law energy. You're belittling me. Chapter 1978. An unprecedented battle. You are fine. Pink Prince's pupils constricted. He suddenly discovered that Lin Ling had unknowingly put on a set of red armor, and that armor seemed to have blocked his punch. In terms of laws, I'm not any lesser than you. Just at this moment, Lin Ling moved. The red armor on his body glowed brightly as it rose up and actually reached Lin Ling's right fist, causing his fist to light up and the white flame to become even hotter. Moreover, with the descent of the god-devil physique, he had the power to uproot mountains and rivers, dominating the world. It's my turn. Everyone heard this sentence. Hong! Their hearts seemed to have been struck by lightning as it exploded. Lin Ling took Pink Prince's punch and not only did he not die, he even counterattacked. TSK, so what if it's your turn? Pink Prince was stunned as he let out a cold voice. Lin Ling was lucky to not die. Could it be that he could injure him? 8,000 laws, I've seen them all. It's just 4,000 laws. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. Lin Ling's fist was like a shooting star as it struck towards Pink Prince's face. And this punch was so terrifying. Because Lin Ling had used the Berserk armor previously and absorbed Pink Prince's law energy. In addition to the Berserk God Fruit and the God Devil Physique's energy, how could this punch not be strong? Pink Prince sneered. Wu Sheng's 7th stage realm attack was just trash. But in an instant, his pupils constricted. He sensed the overbearingness of the law. It was the power of the great law. It was like birth, old age, sickness and death, spring, summer, autumn and winter. It was the destiny that he, Pink Prince, could not defy. You! Pink Prince's voice shocked the crowd because they seemed to have seen Pink Prince crying out in terror. But the following scene shocked their hearts even more. Hong! A punch like heavenly thunder. Pink Prince's handsome face was distorted from the impact, and his body flew backwards like a shooting star. Along the ground, he passed through numerous broken buildings and actually disappeared into the 5th city's desolate forest. Silence. The entire city was silent. Pink Crown Prince, one of the top geniuses of the Demon Clan, comparable to the great leaders of the human realm. He was the absolute main character today. Not to mention Wu Sheng, who was at the 7th stage realm, even Huang's son, one of the 4 absolute geniuses. None of them dared to belittle Pink Crown Prince. But now Lin Ling had blasted Pink Prince away. This was simply unbelievable. Because even the children of Huang couldn't do this. Boom! At the same time, demonic chi exploded in the distance. A figure shot back like a cannonball and floated above everyone's heads. It was Pink Prince. Obviously, the punch from before had only injured him, but it wasn't fatal. However, the damage caused by that punch was clearly in his heart, in his dignity and face. You hurt me. Pink Prince's expression was ferocious as he stared angrily at Lin Ling. He had clearly underestimated Lin Ling. If he had used his full strength from the beginning, he would not have been injured. Of course, this wasn't because he was arrogant, but in his imagination, Wu Sheng was only in the 7th stage realm, so no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to it. I was just lucky. On the ground, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as he looked calmly at the sky. These words made many people's expressions change drastically. Lucky? If he was lucky, then why would Huang's son, one of the 4 absolute geniuses, be afraid of Pink Prince? To be able to achieve this step based on luck, this was obviously impossible. It's just an exchange of pointers. Why should you fly into a rage out of humiliation? I've said this before, to defeat me, Lin Ling, you need to take out at least 10,000 energy of law. 4,000? I'm very sorry, I really don't think much of it. Lin Ling said once again. His words were filled with sarcasm. Haha, didn't Pink Prince say that 4,000 energy of law was something that even Lin Ling had not seen before? But now, doesn't he feel that those words are like a slap to his own face? Perhaps, his self-confidence is inflated. Asking for humiliation. On the side of the humans, after a moment of silence, cheers rang out like waves. They seemed to be extremely excited. Who in the human world didn't know of Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance? That kind of arrogance even made many people dislike Lin Ling. But now they suddenly felt that Lin Ling was very cute. This was because when he treated his enemy with such arrogance, it made them feel elated and even proud. Ka. Pink Prince clenched his fist, emitting a crisp sound. Clearly he was quite angry. He shouted, "How about another move?" With these words, not only were the humans stunned, but even the demons were stunned. Pink Prince couldn't afford to lose? So another move? You want to take turns fighting me? How about I accompany you? At this time, a cold laugh came from the broken house in the distance. There were 2 figures standing there. One of them wore a green robe and had skin as white as snow. He was very handsome, and his ears were very long. He gave off a noble and mysterious feeling. The other person was 2 meters tall. He wore a black robe and a black mask. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was a war machine. Prince of the spiritual tribe, guardian of the spiritual tribe. Black Feather Princess was pleasantly surprised when she saw the 2 of them. The 2 of them also walked over. Wherever they passed, the top geniuses of the 3 races had a serious expression. Today was really a day of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The strongest geniuses of the 4 races had all gathered. The 2 of them were clearly the strongest geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Pink Prince Lin Ling fought Lifeblade before. Now you want to spar with him. You lost because of your carelessness, and you still have the nerve to ask for another battle. Are all of you demons so thick-skinned? The handsome youth said as he walked. What does it have to do with you? Scram. Pink Prince frowned, but he obviously didn't dare to underestimate the latter. Look at the spiritual tribe. Who still supports you? Although the spiritual tribe is cruel, they are magnanimous. They dare to take responsibility for their actions. As their prince, you don't acknowledge your loss. You're a disgrace to them. The spiritual tribe prince said again. However, it was true. The spiritual tribe was silent. Clearly, they also felt that Pink Prince was a disgrace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had won fair and square. Lin Ling, you're lucky this time. Next time I won't underestimate you. Pink Prince finally reacted. He walked down from the sky with a gloomy face. He sensed that the spiritual tribe prince and crown prince seemed to be on the same side as Lin Ling. Next time you'll still lose. Lin Ling looked at Pink Prince and said. After the first spar, he had a better understanding of the top geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Lin Ling actually won this spar. Many people also sensed that today's spar between the various races seemed to have ended. However, the previous unprecedented battle was still shocking. Although it was only a spar, it could be seen that this Huang's son, Lin Ling, wasn't an ant. On the contrary, he was very troublesome. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. The result was completely different from what they had imagined. Now Lin Ling seemed to have a powerful helper. They couldn't do anything to him. Lin Ling, I've long heard of your name. Today I see that you're even more powerful than I imagined. Chapter 1979. Divine Martial Grotto Heaven. Although it was Lin Ling's first time meeting the spiritual tribe crown prince, he was polite and had helped him before. Hence Lin Ling returned the greeting, it's just a title. However, thank you for your help. He knew that if a conflict broke out, he would be alone. Fallen mortal and the others would not help him. It would be good if they did not kick him when he was down. There's no need to be so polite between us. After all, we are good friends. Moreover, my sister often talks about you. The spiritual tribe crown prince laughed. This made Black Feather Princess angry. She stretched out her small hand and twisted the spiritual tribe crown prince's ear, making him scream. The crowd was speechless. The powerful spiritual tribe crown prince had such a side to him? Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual tribe crown prince and Black Feather Princess to be siblings. Furthermore, Black Feather Princess did not mention it at True Spiritual Island. It seemed that she did not want to rely on her brother to grow. Those guys are so selfish. When the human tribe was humiliated, they stood by and did nothing. I was very unhappy. The spiritual tribe crown prince stared at Prince Xiaoyao and said, they're just trash. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. Although he was not a saint, he had the strength to fight back when he saw how arrogant the demon tribe was. At least he was better than those hypocritical people, who carried the identity of the Son of Desolation but were selfish. Although it was the first time the two had met, they felt like old friends because of the 18 islands of the spiritual tribe. They chatted like good friends. I wonder what the outcome of the discussion between the ancient giants and the other giants is. If the discussion fails, I'm afraid this war is unavoidable. The spiritual tribe guardian beside the spiritual tribe crown prince said. His voice was extremely low, like rocks rubbing against each other. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise and nodded. This war is indeed unavoidable. His intuition told him that the ancient giants of the human world could not stop the invasion of the demon tribe. Rumble. At this moment the fifth city began to shake. The city began to sink and a bottomless hole gradually appeared. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled happily. According to the astrolabe heavenly armor, the second stone statue was in the fifth city. Now the stone statue must be in the hole. The others also laughed. It seemed that the rumors were true. From the looks of it, the battle between Lin Ling and Pink Prince resulted in the destruction of the fifth city, and the ancient cave appeared. Besides, that's an underground city. Someone looked at the big hole and said. He could vaguely see the buildings. From the looks of it, those buildings are quite old. I'm afraid they have existed since the primordial era. Let's go in and take a look. That's right. Perhaps we can obtain a great fortune. The nation of God is a citizen of the Einherjar realm. They must have brought a lot of treasures with them. Go. No one could restrain their thoughts as they all shot towards the big hole. Let's go. Fallen Mortal and the others also laughed. They had been waiting for this moment. As for the four absolute geniuses of the gods, their eyes were filled with anger. They believed that the legendary treasure belonged to the nation of God. What right did the other races have to touch it? However, even the demons had rushed into the hole. At this time, no one cared about the thoughts of the divine race. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Pink Prince coldly stared at Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling naturally ignored that threat. He licked his lips and said, let's go. Let's go. At this moment he wanted to immediately obtain the second stone sculpture. If he did, he was confident that he would surpass the other children of desolation. Pink Prince would be like an ant. Alright, let's go. The Black Feather Princess and the Spirit Crown Prince also revealed looks of anticipation as they shot into the huge hole with Lin Ling. The hole was at least 1,000 miles wide. It seemed bottomless and was pitch black. No one dared to easily approach it. However, those who came here were all top powerhouses of various races, so none of them were afraid. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they finally reached the bottom of the hole. Only then did they realize that there was a completely different world here. There were mountains, water, and light. It was as if it was another world. Moreover, a huge stone tablet that was 100 meters tall sat on the ground. There were mottled words carved on it, Divine Martial Grotto. Seeing this, the people of the God race became excited. This was indeed the place where the first batch of God race powerhouses came. Perhaps they had left behind many treasures of the martial God world. If they could obtain those treasures, they could soar into the sky. Everyone disperse. If you encounter any treasures, it will depend on your own luck. Everyone dispersed. After Lin Ling and the others landed, they exchanged a few words with each other. Then Lin Ling set off alone. Although the Black Feather Princess wanted to follow him, he could only refuse because of the second stone sculpture. The astrolabe heavenly armor appeared in his hand. A direction began to appear on it. Lin Ling was overjoyed and sped up. On the way, he also encountered powerhouses of various races. They were searching everywhere for treasures. Of course, there were also cases of robbing each other of their treasures. Lin Ling wasn't interested in it for now when he saw this. On the other hand, all those experts took a detour when they saw Lin Ling. Presently, Lin Ling was renowned throughout the 4 clans, and besides top geniuses, no one dared to rashly offend him. The stone that the demon race held before had a mysterious power. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would have snatched it. Lin Ling licked his lips and said with some reluctance. Against the demon race and the god race, he naturally didn't need to be polite. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding people gradually disappeared. A scene of uncanny craftsmanship appeared in front of him. A large number of stalagmites were planted on the ground. Each stalagmite was 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters tall. Moreover, they were densely packed, making this place look like an ancient stone forest. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, but also revealed a smile. Because of the astrolabe heavenly armor's indication, the second stone sculpture was here. His heart beat violently. Without hesitation, he shot into the stone forest. At this time, a terrifying roar came from ahead. It made one's scalp tingle. That aura was so strong that even Lin Ling felt it was a little troublesome. Obviously, the stone forest hid a terrifying existence. However, the second stone sculpture was right in front of him. Therefore, even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, Lin Ling would still step in. And at this time a sense of life and death crisis arose. Lin Ling had experienced many life and death situations since he started learning martial arts. Therefore, he trusted his intuition very much. Black Tortoise 9 steps. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a black shadow passed by where he disappeared. Wherever it passed, those huge stalagmites all melted like tofu. That was close. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat. What was that? Its speed was too fast. Not good. Following that, Lin Ling shouted and stepped out with the Black Tortoise 9 steps again. And that black shadow shot over again, chasing after Lin Ling. Its speed was actually not slower than Lin Ling's. It could also enter space. After repeated pursuit, Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and the law of space bloomed. Great creation! The sword ruthlessly slashed out, and a clanging sound rang out. Lin Ling could clearly feel that his sword had struck the black shadow, but there was the sound of metal colliding. Crow! Chapter 1980. The Second Stone Sculpture. This time Lin Ling finally saw what it was. It was a crow that was as tall as a human with 4 claws. Its feathers were as black as the night, and it seemed to have the power to absorb light. Moreover, its strength was extremely terrifying, because with just its feathers, it was able to block his sword. Following that, Lin Ling raised his head and saw that on top of a stalagmite in the sky, the crow from before was looking at him coldly. Its eyes seemed to have a hint of humanity. Crow! The crow immediately let out a sound. Something that made one's scalp tingle appeared. On top of the stalagmites all around, there was actually a giant crow. Lin Ling already found it difficult to deal with a single mysterious crow, but there was more than one here. Damn it! Lin Ling smiled bitterly and immediately used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps to run. Crow! Those strange crows obviously wouldn't let Lin Ling go. They all flew down, causing the void to ripple like water. Ancient Divine Crow. A voice finally sounded in Lin Ling's mind. This kind of ancient divine crow came from the martial god realm. In that place it was an extremely ordinary existence. However, in this world it was an extremely terrifying existence. Every one of them was comparable to the peak of the Wushang realm, and when they grew to the limit, they could reach the height of a martial emperor. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. There had never been any so-called fairness in the world. These ancient divine crows had been born in the eggs of laws since they were young. Even the feathers on their bodies carried the power of laws. Yellow Spring's army, come out! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He had to use his full strength. However, although the Yellow Spring's army was powerful, they were clearly unable to block the ancient divine crows. They were all sent flying backwards, but the Yellow Spring's army was extremely loyal. Those souls were still fearlessly protecting Lin Ling. Bastard, if I, Lin Ling, do not die, my Yellow Spring's army will use you as mounts. Lin Ling's pupils were cold. As the ancient divine crows got closer and closer, he had no choice but to use his strongest trump card. Freeze time. Wang. A terrifying soul force spread out and time froze. However, what was surprising was that even though those primordial divine crows were frozen, their eyes were still staring at Lin Ling. Clearly, their thoughts were not frozen. Furthermore, there was a time limit to the freezing. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the freezing time. After Lin Ling ran wildly, those primordial divine crows chased after him again. Die! With a sword in his right hand and a flame in his left, Lin Ling went all out. He had never imagined that the second stone sculpture would be so close, but the process of obtaining it would be so difficult. The ancient divine crows also knew that Lin Ling was risking his life to resist, so they did not choose to fight head-on, and instead chose to slowly kill him. Every time an ancient divine crow flew past, blood would appear on Lin Ling's body. Furthermore, those ancient divine crows had the power of mysterious laws, and when their feathers or claws swept past Lin Ling, not only did those wounds heal very slowly, they even kept on growing bigger. If it was anyone else here, they would have died long ago. Lin Ling had the body of a god and devil, so he was barely able to block it. He retreated as he fought, but his injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was about to faint at any time. However, when he stepped into the new area of the stone forest, the ancient divine crows behind him suddenly quieted down. They stopped on top of the stalagmites and remained motionless. It was as if there was a forbidden area in front of him. Even the ancient divine crows are afraid. It seems that I, Lin Ling, am going to die here. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his injuries were too severe, and he finally fainted. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in the stone forest in front of him, like a river flowing along the ground. What was surprising was that wherever it passed, it was completely silent. As for the ancient divine crows on the stalagmites, they were all trembling, not daring to approach the forbidden area, not even daring to move. Gradually, the shadow stopped in front of Lin Ling, raised its head high, and stared at Lin Ling with a pair of emotionless eyes. However, in the next moment the emotions in its eyes changed. It circled around Lin Ling, sometimes approaching, sometimes deep in thought, and then wrapped around Lin Ling, bringing Lin Ling into the depths of the stone forest. At this moment Lin Ling was still unconscious, but without the pursuit of the ancient divine crows, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he felt intense pain all over his body, but he sensed that he was still alive. 1 inch. What's going on? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. His gaze wandered and he discovered that there were even more stone forests here, as if they were walls surrounding him in the distance, and the place he was in was actually an open space. Looking in front of him, a stone sculpture that was hundreds of meters tall sat there. The man in the stone sculpture was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were indifferently looking at the sky, and he had the aura of supremacy. And this stone sculpture was shockingly Li Xiaoyao. The second stone sculpture. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His heart was extremely excited. Unknowingly, he had found the second stone sculpture. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately he saw a snake as thick as an arm. It spat out its tongue and looked at him excitedly. It looked extremely cute. What is this little black snake? Could it be that it saved me before? Lin Ling blinked slightly, and as if it knew Lin Ling's words, the little black snake continued to spit out its tongue, but it slowly grew, transforming into an ancient black snake that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a black torrent, and its aura was so terrifying that it actually caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble violently. This huge black snake was even more terrifying than the ancient divine crow from before. However, while he was surprised, Lin Ling also felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen this snake before, and it was very familiar. "You know me?" Lin Ling asked tentatively. The huge black snake looked ferocious and terrifying, but it nodded at Lin Ling in an extremely obedient manner, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat astonished. Suddenly he thought, could this snake have been left behind by Li Xiaoyao? It seemed that if he wanted to know everything, he would have to come into contact with the second stone sculpture. "Wait for me for a moment." Lin Ling looked at the stone sculpture, his heart beating violently. It felt as if he had returned to his own home. "If I find the 3 stone sculptures, I will know everything about the past, and this is the second stone sculpture." When Lin Ling arrived under the stone sculpture, he raised his head to look at the tall stone sculpture. His eyes revealed a hint of vicissitudes. He suddenly wanted to know what had happened to the former number 1 emperor, and what had caused him to finally reincarnate. The answer to everything might be right in front of him. His hand gently touched it. Rumble. At the same time, the tall stone sculpture swayed and began to shatter, turning into a large amount of golden light that enveloped Lin Ling. In the distance, the black snake's eyes were filled with tears. After waiting for thousands of years, it had finally waited for the return of its master. Previously, if it had not sensed the aura of its master, perhaps it would have made a big mistake. A large amount of information lingered in Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, his long hair fluttering, as if Li Xiaoyao had come back to life. Vaguely, he was even more familiar with the secrets of this world. He could also see the experts of all the eras at a glance. He did not expect that in this world, he had left behind so many disciples. The ancient giant of the ancient rhythmic immortal plateau, the dark dragon emperor of the human realm, the azure heaven sword immortal of the demon realm. Everything began to return. Chapter 1981. Li Xiaoyao's return. Lin Ling's eyes kept moving. Everything in the past floated into his mind like smoke, including Li Xiaoyao's birth, origin, martial arts, and so on. The huge amount of memories caused Lin Ling's mind to ache, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were clear but deep. They were calm with an aura that could not be shaken by the world. He stretched out his right hand, and there was still a golden light floating in his palm. Then he smiled, stretched out his left hand, and slowly drew on his right palm. "Sky Extreme Flame Seal." Lin Ling shouted. A mysterious barrier appeared on his palm and merged with it. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have seen through the netherworld flame. Boom! In his body, the netherworld flame increased rapidly from the 3rd grade of the divine rank to the 4th grade. Crackle! White flames burned and became even colder, making the surroundings look like hell. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. This was the barrier left behind by Li Xiaoyao. It had the power of flame observation, and could further increase the level of the fire element. The foundation of this body is too weak. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. If others heard this, they would be shocked. Lin Ling's potential and talent were recognized as abnormal. But his foundation was still weak? Of course, when he said it was weak, it was from Li Xiaoyao's point of view. Original Source Seal. Lin Ling drew the barrier again. After 2 hours, he sat cross-legged on the ground. A huge mysterious symbol appeared under him. Warm light spread and covered Lin Ling's entire body. The flaws left behind by his cultivation in the past were now fixed. One had to know that martial artists use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change their fate. They swallowed and refined a large amount of natural treasures. Although it did not seem to affect them much, in fact, most of them would have chronic problems. Moreover, there would be too much spiritual energy in their body that was difficult to digest. This original source seal could allow all the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the body. This 3rd grade wushang, it's a pity. It's a waste. 4th transformation seal. Lin Ling struck out the barrier again, and unleashed the 3rd grade real energy source to the limit. Chi-chi. A smelly smoke floated out. The impurities in Lin Ling's body which could not be seen by the naked eye floated out. The excessive spiritual energy was all digested, and those small worlds became more active. Lin had awakened a lot of small worlds. But after too many battles, some small worlds had started to wither and die. But now they had regained their vigor. As for the corporeal strength source in his dantian, it began to revolve, emitting a rich power of laws. Boom! Following a glass-shattering sound, the real energy source seal. Wusheng's 8th stage. The terrifying thing was that the advancement this time seemed to have made up for all the flaws from before. The advancement of a single realm had actually increased the energy of 200 laws. Whereas the previous increase was only Fong was the level increased Fong Xian Fong. This was the effect brought about by the 4th transformation seal. It fully unleashed the potential of the real energy source seal. In the entire heaven and earth, other than Lin Ling, no one knew about this mysterious barrier seal. The increase of 200 laws of nature in one realm, and in addition to the laws of nature that were lacking in the previous realms, Lin Ling had gained a total of 600 laws of nature. If he used the Tyrant Song Sword, it would add up to 2,000 laws, which was comparable to Wusheng's 10th stage realm. Moreover, it was the powerful Wusheng's 10th stage realm, because an ordinary Wusheng's 10th stage realm would not have so many laws. After all, an ordinary Wusheng's 7th stage realm would only have 300 laws. Only geniuses with strong innate talent would have more laws. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. And this was the benefit of having a strong foundation. As for Lin Ling, he was the king of foundations. Barely satisfied, Lin Ling finally smiled. Based on his current ability, Wusheng had few opponents in the 10th stage realm, whereas he was merely Wusheng's 8th stage realm. Essence, Qi and Spirit triple cultivation. Above Qi, I've improved again. But above Spirit, I can still improve. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he searched his memories for a suitable cultivation method. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Evasion domain. Evasion domain. This was a soul force martial art which he had obtained from a historical remains. It allowed one to see through the power of laws and break away from the laws of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying evasion ability. In Lin Ling's memories, if one's soul force was strong enough, even the clouds could be avoided. It was extremely terrifying. However, to cultivate this kind of soul force martial art, firstly it had a high requirement on one's soul force. Secondly, once it was used, it would continue to deplete one's soul force until it was completely depleted. In the past, my soul force was 250 levels. But after merging with the second stone sculpture, it had reached 300 levels. It's enough to cultivate evasion domain. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. This domain was very strong and could even be said to be invincible. Of course, the prerequisite was that his soul force was limitless. Evasion domain is actually using one's eyes to see through the laws of heaven and earth, breaking away from the restrictions of the laws. In actual fact, there were many things in this heaven and earth that had broken away from the laws. For example, zombies didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and didn't enter the 3 realms. But in actual fact, zombies had only broken away from a portion of the laws and not all of them. For example, they were afraid of fire and lightning, which was one of the laws that restrained each other. But even so, zombies were still an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Whereas Lin Ling had seen through the 4 great eras from Spiritual Master came not long ago, and he had faintly shown signs of breaking away from the laws. But unfortunately, he had just touched the doorstep. But this advantage was enough for him to cultivate evasion domain. Although Lin Ling had found all the memories, it didn't mean that he had Li Xiaoyao's strength, because there were many powerful techniques that he couldn't use with his current strength. Moreover, the second stone sculpture had left Lin Ling's memories of this heaven and earth. There weren't many memories of the martial god world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would be even stronger. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Then he looked behind him and saw that the huge ancient snake had already grown to the size of an arm. It was sticking out its tongue and looking at Lin Ling with great excitement. Little saint. Lin Ling revealed a gentle smile. He was excited. This snake was the black-scaled divine snake. It came from the martial god world and fell into this heaven and earth for some unknown reason. Later, it was rescued by Li Xiaoyao and raised with treasures. Gradually, it became the top existence in this heaven and earth. It was also Li Xiaoyao's mount. Chi-Chi. The little black snake stuck out its tongue and its eyes were moist. It was even more excited. Like an arrow, it shot into Lin Ling's arms and acted like a spoiled child. It had been guarding this heaven and earth for thousands of years. Now it was finally here. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't succeed in reincarnating, Little Saint would wait for his death here. This loyalty was much better than a person's. Ali Xiaoyao embark. From now on, you and I will dominate this heaven and earth again. Lin Ling said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Chi. Chapter 1982. Winged Ghost Soldier rests well. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Ling said gratefully as he took a step forward and left the stone forest. Gradually, he walked out of the forbidden area and outside. A large number of ancient heavenly crows stood on top of the stalagmites, looking down at Lin Ling. Bastard, I'm coming. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky indifferently. Crow. All the ancient heavenly crows were surprised. This human was still alive? This was simply a miracle. However, so what if he was alive? He would kill him right now. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows flew down and shot towards Lin Ling from every corner like arrows, wanting to tear Lin Ling to shreds. The same move can be used once, but it won't work a second time. Lin Ling shook his head, and softly spat out a sentence, and casually shouted, Dodge domain. Something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through all the traces of the ancient heavenly crows. He could dodge any law, and with a single step he easily dodged the bites of a large number of ancient heavenly crows. At this moment it was as if he had disappeared from the world, escaping from the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows all had intelligence, and at this moment they were all shocked. What's going on? That handsome man was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't attack him. Furthermore, it gave them the feeling that the man had disappeared from the world, as if he wasn't bound by the world. You're addicted to hunting me down. Lin Ling appeared to be calm and collected. When he dodged the ancient heavenly crow's pounce, he also struck out with his palm. Although it could not harm the ancient heavenly crow, it still left a clear mark on the feathered beast's body. Crow. Gradually, the ancient heavenly crows became afraid and planned to leave. Because they could not harm Lin Ling at all. How could they know that Lin Ling had activated the dodging law and had a 100% chance of dodging, but his soul force was also constantly being consumed. Once it was exhausted, the dodging law would also lose its effect, and now that they had chosen to leave, it was clear that they had overestimated Lin Ling. However, was it possible for them to leave right now? Chi knew divine seal. Lin Ling's indifferent voice gently floated out. Boom! All the ancient heavenly crows were frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock. Because they wanted to fly, they wanted to leave, but they couldn't control of their bodies. In fact, they couldn't control of their souls and minds. It was as if they wanted to leave, but in their hearts they didn't want to leave. Clearly, the mysterious mark that Lin Ling had left on them had taken effect. The Tao, the path, and the heavenly Tao, and the Tao, the Tao for the Tao, for the Tao, for the Tao. It had to be known that the path of martial arts was filled with endless resources. There were countless martial artists who knew how to tame beasts, but they could only tame ordinary monster beasts. The stronger the monster beast, the more intense its resistance would be. It could even devour its master. And Lin Ling's Chi Nu divine seal was extremely powerful. He had enslaved these ancient heavenly crows, and the ancient heavenly crows would never be able to resist. I, your father, am not that easy to kill. Moreover, I've said it before, if you chase me sooner or later, you will become the mounts of my Yellow Springs army. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief, and those ancient heavenly crows all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with depression. How could this young man be so powerful? Yellow Springs army return. Woo. Upon receiving his order, a large number of souls flew back from the stone forest, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Great Emperor! All of the Yellow Springs army knelt down and said. Looking carefully, there were headless ghosts, white skeletons, ghosts, and so on. These Yellow Springs army cultivated the path of ghosts, and all of them were extremely powerful. Go, each of you choose an ancient heavenly crow as your mount. These ancient heavenly crows naturally like Een, so it's just right for you. Lin Ling said. Great Emperor! Those terrifying feathered beasts will be our mounts? All the ghosts were surprised, because they knew how difficult it was to deal with the ancient heavenly crow. Don't you understand my words? Lin Ling said indifferently. Who told you to doubt the great emperor's words? The moving mountain eagle was Lin Ling's first Yellow Springs ghost soldier. At this moment he had already become an elder, and he had even fallen in love with this kind of ghost lifestyle. He had even found the former CND and defeated him, allowing him to let out a huge sigh of relief. Yes, sir. How could the Yellow Springs army dare to question him? They were just too shocked before. They quickly flew towards the ancient heavenly crows, thinking that if the ancient heavenly crows resisted, they would be dead for sure. However, they were clearly thinking too much. When the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers appeared on the ancient heavenly crows, they were all surprised and excited. These ancient heavenly crows all listened to them. Fly! Some of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up and soared through the stone forest at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, all of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up, forming a majestic scene of a ghost cavalry. Seeing this, Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. His Yellow Springs army's strength had finally increased greatly. Moreover, his Yellow Springs Flames talent had increased, and the Yellow Springs army could recover 80% of their strength. Great Emperor, we were scattered earlier, and the Great Emperor disappeared without a trace, so we were like headless flies wandering around. However, we encountered people from the god race, and a few of our brothers were killed. The moving mountain eagle said to Lin Ling with extreme respect, "Kill my soldiers? You have guts, but my soldiers are not so easy to kill." Lin Ling was stunned, then frowned. Although most of the Yellow Springs army were his enemies in the past, after their deaths, they had all become his subordinates. How could he, Lin Ling, pretend that he did not see them? All of you come back. Lin Ling shouted. All of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers turned into ghostly winds and disappeared into Lin Ling's purple mansion. They knew that Lin Ling was the most protective, and would definitely seek justice for them. Of course, now that their strength had increased greatly, they could seek justice for themselves. However, without Lin Ling's orders, they would not dare to do so. Lin Ling slowly left the stone forest. Now that Li Xiaoyao had returned, and what he lacked were cultivation resources, it was a good opportunity to go out and plunder some. The Divine Martial Grotto was left behind by the first batch of God race, so there were naturally many treasures. Under the guidance of the moving mountain eagle, Lin Ling spent 2 hours hurrying. Then a huge palace appeared in front of him. This palace was already in ruins, but one could see its former glory. As for the palace, a large number of experts were gathered there. There were God race, demon race, and even humans. At this moment, they were staring at a 5-meter-tall crystal bone in the main hall of the palace, and their hearts jumped. Although they did not know the origin of the crystal bone, based on the aura they sensed, it was obviously the bone of an expert. This bone has a demonic nature, so I want it. A demon race expert said coldly, his eyes filled with greed. That's a good idea, but don't forget, this is the territory of the God race. The experts of the God race were naturally unwilling. Chapter 1983. Azura Devil Bone. I say, everyone who sees the treasure has a share. We should split it equally among the 3 races. That's right, there are a few people from the spirit race here. We should split it equally among the 4 races. A person from the human race walked out and said. This person was the Putua envoy of the CND 10 heroes, and there was also Buddhist Asian. These 2 people were not to be underestimated in the human race. As for the spirit race, it was Tai Yin and a few others. However, although there were many geniuses on their side, the divine race and demon race had more experts, and all of them were experts who had cultivated for more than a few thousand years. You said we should split it equally among the 3 races? The experts from the divine race and demon race stopped talking and looked at the human race with ridicule. Do you think trash like you have the qualifications to speak? A 2-meter-tall demon race expert said coldly. Human race, you are very arrogant. Now that your homeland has been invaded, I don't know where you get the confidence to speak to us. The divine race expert sneered. Then what do you want? The Putua envoy frowned. Get lost or we will start a massacre. The experts from the divine race and demon race said at the same time, as if they were talking to ants. The human race and spirit race experts' faces turned ugly. The other party was too arrogant. I remember that your spirit race has a little princess who is not bad. Hehe, I am different from the demon race, my taste is more human. So that little princess will be pressed on the bed by me sooner or later. On the divine race's side, a golden-haired young man said with a smile. This person was a genius from the Fire Cloud Empire, named Huazi. His strength was below the 4 divine race geniuses. Get lost. The demon race shouted angrily again. The Putua envoy side was furious, but they knew the situation was out of their control, so they snorted and left. The human race was not united, causing them to lack a leader, so they could not resist the divine race and demon race. Wait! Just as the human race was about to leave, the tall demon race expert suddenly walked out and said, because there are many treasures in the underground city, we don't want to waste time killing you. But it doesn't mean you can leave if you want to. Now, crawl out from under our pants, those who refuse die. Haha, that's a good suggestion, and the spirit race is the same too. The celestial race experts were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. In fact, they had always been jealous of the human race because the human race had a wider world and was the center of all the races. However, the experts that dominated that world were very weak and were as lowly as slaves. So, how could they let go of the opportunity to humiliate the human race? Don't go too far. All the humans were enraged. They found a treasure, but it was snatched away by others. They couldn't swallow this anger, but their strength was inferior, so they could only swallow their anger and leave. But now the devil race actually wanted them to crawl out of their pants. This was an insult to their dignity. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of you will die. Also, let me tell you, don't think that just because Lin Ling gave you face you can fly away. When the God race and devil race's big shots have finished their discussion, even Lin Ling will crawl through my pants. The devil race great senior shouted coldly. This is a good suggestion. The God race genius raised his golden hair and nodded with a smile. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the top of the palace, causing the entire palace to sway. Then, under everyone's gaze, a dazzling light appeared in the palace as if it was cut by a sword. Then the entire palace's top fell. Bang! 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 Those huge rocks smashed into the ground, shocking everyone. At the same time, a young man in a blue and white robe, who looked calm and composed, floated down. You want me to kneel too? You're in a good mood. An indifferent voice came out, causing the palace to fall silent. Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually come. The people of the 4 major races were shocked, while the humans and spirit race were excited. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Scram. On the God race's side, the golden-haired genius's face was extremely ugly. Obviously, he was afraid of Lin Ling. However, his words made the humans laugh sarcastically. Previously, when Lin Ling was not around, the Celestials were so arrogant. However, when Lin Ling suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became fearful. Their character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was worse than the humans. Someone wants me to kneel from the crotch of their pants. I've come as promised. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling ignored the crowd and looked at the crystal bone with a burning gaze. TSK, not bad. It's actually the Azura demon bone. It looks like my luck isn't bad. Bang! As soon as these words fell, the God race and demon race's hearts trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have taken a liking to the crystal bone. We found this giant bone first. The demon race's great monarch immediately said. However, his words made the humans look down on them. After all, they were the first to find the crystal bone. Lin Ling continued to stare at the crystal bone. With his experience, he naturally knew that this devil bone came from the martial god world. It was the skeleton of an ancient powerhouse. Most importantly, Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and soul. But his godly demon body had already reached its limit. Now, his godly demon body could still be improved, and that was to improve his demon body. Then Lin Ling directly walked over. Seeing this, the god race and demon race clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was ignoring them and directly taking the treasure? Lin Ling scram. Scram. On the demon race's side, a great monarch shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. It was as if he didn't care about an ant on the side of the road. He waved his left hand and white flames formed 6 paths of reincarnation. The laws of heaven and earth erupted and sucked the great monarch into it. His soul turned into the Yellow Springs army. This action was undoubtedly shocking, because the great monarch of the demon race was Wu Shang, but he was killed in an instant. The process was too simple and violent. For a moment the god race and demon race fell silent. He Azura demon bone, what's the use of it even if you get it? That kind of treasure isn't something an ordinary person can refine. Of course, if you beg me, I may introduce some methods to you. After all, in terms of knowledge, the human race can't be compared to the god race. Suddenly, the god race genius said indifferently. As soon as these words fell, the god race experts became arrogant, as if they saw Lin Ling begging them. Although the Azura demon bone is an inanimate object, the pressure it possesses isn't something an ordinary person can withstand. The god race genius became more complacent and said indifferently. But when he finished speaking, his pupils constricted. Lin Ling came in front of the tall demon bone and punched out, crushing the demon bone into powder. The demon bone's pressure had no effect on Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a deep breath and all the demon bone's powder was sucked in by Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the illusion of a crystal skeleton appeared on Lin Ling's body. Rumble! The palace shook as if the Azura demon king had arrived. Lin Ling's physical strength continued to rise, gradually reaching 50 universe force, 60 universe force, and finally stopping at 80 universe force. Boom! The palace's ground exploded, unable to withstand Lin Ling's terrifying power, causing Lin Ling to disappear into the ground. This. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.